Hello, chat. Hello, it's a Roro. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, the Mannequin. Hello, Vacant Zero. Hello, KBS. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Vacant Zero. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, hello. Hello, Nindreen. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Neuron. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Kairyu. Hello, Stadman. Hello, Pete Love is in space. I don't know why I almost said peace is in space. Hello! Hello to all of you, you little goobers. How you doing? How you all doing? You nerds? Hey, Vacant Zero. How we all doing? Doing really, really good? Hell yeah, Nindreen. Love to hear it. How's everyone doing on this fine day of celebration of the defeat of the Southern Rebels? Excellent. We're doing excellent. And fuck the Confederacy. My life continues on its current path. Oh no! Wait, are you being ironically sad about continuing to be alive? In which case, good. Continue to be alive, or did more bad things happen? I hope it's not the second one. Very few people shooting fireworks today? I don't know that Memorial Day is like the fireworks holiday. I feel like Memorial Day is like the contemplative older brother to 4th of July. Spent the last 12 hours getting called a racist for supporting a queer leftist who acknowledged their racist past and is attempting to move forward. Yeah, man, the leftist discourse on Twitter lately has been absolutely fucking insane. My girlfriend dumped me on the weekend? Aw, I'm sorry, Salmon Moose. I'm sorry, that sucks. I got nothing for you. I hope you get a pint. I don't know. I've never had a pint of beer, so I don't know if that would help or not. I mean, people shoot guns in the air until 2 a.m. last New Year's. Yeehaw, red state crap. Matt Walsh is a fully fledged terrorist. I mean, that's been true for a while now. So glad I deleted my Twitter account when Elon took over. Yeah. I hope Blue Sky gets some more traction. Saw someone calling him Map Walsh. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. I don't think Post News really has what I need from social media. And the US government does nothing at all. I mean, the US government isn't going to do anything at all until Matt Walsh explicitly says something along the lines of, you should kill X person. Like, they're not going to do anything until he makes it abundantly clear to, like, even conservative commentators that he's calling for mass executions. You know, like the amount of leeway the US government gives far right, like, political pundits is frankly insane. Hey, Princess Destructo, how you doing? I can tell you're a good egg because you have Lumi Roo emotes. They shoot guns in... Oh, wait, I thought you said in New York City. Okay, wait. Shoot guns on New Year's Eve and July 4th in Chicago too. It's not just red state stuff. I'm sure people are welcome to try all kinds of new things. Did someone say blackjack? Don't Yeah, don't cancel me, please. Promoting gambling on my platform? JK LOL. YouTube, look, honestly, like every Daily Wire content creator should be banned in a just world. Like I don't know. Michael Knowles basically uses his entire channel to push the idea of like how trans people aren't real people. You know? Hey, very knifey duck. Boo-doo. Boo-doo. Also, chat, we're 12 follows away on Twitch from hitting 9,000, and that would be cool as hell. Your queen toasted? Well, now you're Princess Destructo, and I assume your last name is Disc. Time to start WokeTube? Pfft, that already exists. It's called YouTube! Am I right? According to Steven Crowder, anyway. Also, like, I don't know, man. I feel like everything's becoming more unhinged in the US lately. Like, I don't know. Steven Crowder did a segment on his show the other day. Where, like, he painted himself gold. I'm trying to... Yeah, like... of course, it's not available on his Instagram. But you can see it here. I'm not making it up. I mean, look at this horrendous figure. What is going on here? How do we live in a reality where this is happening? This this guy is against grooming, and he takes all of his clothes off at every given opportunity, especially around his coworkers. He's like one extra horny day away from being Louis C.K. Okay, is that a golden statue of himself? It's him painted gold. I don't know why, because I haven't watched the context. Because frankly, he hasn't been doing very many shows. He weirdly got very quiet, oddly enough, after the video of him abusing his wife, and then the news of his coworkers being shown his genitals broke. You know, he's weirdly quiet. He's done like 3 shows total since then, over the course of 2 weeks. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he also rubbed his junk on coworkers. Now, Catalina, we don't know for sure that he beats his wife. He just threatened to beat his wife on camera. That feels worse than Louis C.K. I don't know. Louis C.K. Well, I guess to his credit, very meager though it might be, Louis C.K., to my knowledge, did not rub his genitals on any of his coworkers. He just made them watch him masturbate. So, you know... Didn't he get banned for hosting Alex Jones or something? I'm talking about... I looked at, like, his Rumble videos. Like, he hasn't even been uploading to Rumble recently. So, he's a scared little boy, you know? Oh yeah, no, Stadman, the thing that's wild about the Steven Crowder video, on top of just like the blatant abuse, is just how big of a baby he comes off. Like, his whiny shtick on his show isn't like him playing a character or trying to put on like a funny voice. That's just his voice. That's just how he talks to people. You know? Someone just knock on my door. 1 second. Nope. Just a lot of weird noises in my apartment. Think I got some new neighbors. Earlier today, I opened the door to my apartment, and there was just like this, like 12-year-old kid out there, like in a pose, like gotcha. What's happening? He's like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I thought this was my sister's place. I'm sorry. I'm like, you scared me, man. Oh god. Did one of your mods ban me from subscribing? That's not a feature that they can do, Catalina Gearbox, so no. If you were banned, you would just be banned. You're not. You're still in chat. It's true. My apartment building, the only other people who live here are ghosts. I love when kids do goofy pranks. It was really funny, to be honest. Also, that gives us a nice little like segue, I guess, into one of the things I've been wanting to talk about for a little bit. I just like, there's a part of me, right, where I'm like, hey, pranks can be funny, okay? Like harmless little goof 'em ups, a-okay, all right? But when we start getting into the territory of things that would be crimes, or just are crimes, you please don't. Just don't. Like, I know you might be getting good feedback on social media from it. Like, people might think it's funny. But, like, if you're doing something that's a crime, like, you could get your ass beat to death, okay? Like, don't do that, alright? I just tried to gift Catalina Gearbox a sub. It literally said this user cannot be gifted a sub. Well, Catalina Gearbox, I would suggest reaching out to the support channel. I don't know why people wouldn't be able to gift you a sub, or you wouldn't be able to subscribe yourself. There's a little tab on the website called support. Click on that and send an email. Now, the reason I bring this up is because a couple weeks ago there was a social media post that went viral from TikTok, basically of a new trend on TikTok, which consists of teenagers just going into other people's houses, and that's just that's just you doing the equivalent of begging someone to kill you. Like, I like, this was in the UK, right? So not as big of a gun country as the United States, but someone would still be well within their rights in the UK to beat you to death as an intruder in their home. Yeah, that you are actually committing a crime. And if you do that in the United States, public service announcement, if you are a teenager, if you are a young adult, and if you're an old adult, and you go into somebody's house for the lulz, they can fucking murder you. With a gun. I don't think they have anything like castle doctrine in the UK. I mean, like, I'm gonna be real with you. I think a court in the UK would probably still look pretty favorably upon someone using violence in defense of their home space. Yeah. Now, we're gonna take a look at this, because I just gotta say, guys, if this happened to me, like, this could very easily escalate into violence. I don't even have a gun at the moment, but I have a lot of knives, and this would not go nearly as well as it does in this video.
Get into random houses, let's go.
James, come to the front door.
James.
James.
You man, come.
Hello, James.
We need to speak to James.
James.
Hi.
James.
Is this
Right,
where the
let's go
study
back.
group is?
No. No. What door number is this?
No. Study group. Wait, this is not where the study group is.
got kids, man.
Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought. And this is the study group.
Nah, like, I'm sorry, guys. If you go into somebody's house and they got a toddler in there and you're like just doing it for the hell of it, nah, they're lucky that, like, it might be the UK, they're lucky that guy didn't like knife them, okay? Real talk. A group of several young people come into your house against your will. I don't care how polite they are. That's scary as fuck. That's scary as fuck. Be like a vampire. If you weren't invited in, you shall not go. Yeah. Like, it's just like, man, there are numerous videos of this now on TikTok, and it's just like, it's incredible that these people haven't been, like, killed, murdered, some other synonym with death. Like, it's actually crazy that that hasn't happened. Evidence? Nani?
Let's go.
Like, I mean, like, look at some of this, guys. Like, nah, I'm sorry, guys. I like... They just walked into this guy's home. His wife and kid are there. Like, I'm sorry if, like, you're in my house and I turn around, I have a kid, and, like, my partner's there, and I see, like, a group of several guys just in my house, I'm not going to be like, hey, get out of my house. Or, what are you doing here? I'm gonna assume that they mean ill intent and are here to harm me and my family. Like, the amount of time you have to give good faith, like, oh, are you guys lost? Is very, very small if these people mean you harm. And if someone is just walking into your home, chances are they aren't meaning to do a prank like this. They're there to rob you or kill you. Or harm you in some way.
Knocking on doors and asking to be friends. Let's go. There she is. Hi.
Hello.
What, do you want to be friends?
I'm in the middle of a work meeting.
You're in the middle of a work meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, well, after the work meeting, shall I come by and we can talk?
What's it about?
Just about being friends.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I need a new friend, innit? Kind of bored nowadays.
I'm probably not in the mood.
No, I mean, we can maybe later. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Now that one's fine. that one I don't have an issue with. Knocking on someone's door, asking if they want to be friends, that's fine. I draw the line at, like, going into your house. I legit had a few people walk into my house by accident looking for an old resident. It was just laughed off. Yeah, but we're not talking about one person walking into a house. We're talking about, like, multiple people. I don't know. I'm not prepared to, like, in that split second, like, just be like, oh, they're fine. They're just random people in my house.
Hello.
Hi.
You got a nice dog.
Sorry?
You got a nice dog.
She's lovely, she's how many dogs?
Big gang, whole lot of gangs. We outside. We outside.
This is what we call in the business stealing somebody's dog. This is actually also bad. Did he steal her dog? Well, he picked it up and ran away with it.
We outside. We're all gonna fucking dog. We outside every single time. Easy. Hi, boss. Coming through, boss. What's wrong?
What's going on?
This could legitimately get somebody, like, horrifically injured. Like, right in front of him right here is a fryer full of boiling hot grease. There are workers all over the place.
What? What? I can't ride it in here.
Also, like, trying to speed through a grocery store. Man, children run around in grocery stores. Dude, like, what are you doing? You could legitimately, like, hurt a kid doing that shit. I don't have a problem with, like, riding these tiny tricycles around, I guess.
Bad man. Bad man. Hello, we outside. Keep moving. Keep moving. Oh, I can't ride in her.
No, you can't buy it.
Is this a hospital?
I don't do what?
This looks like a hospital.
Oh, you're not allowed to ride a bike in here. I didn't know that. I thought you could. Oh, shit.
Man. I know that's picked by the Daily Caller, but, like, yo. Like, doing a lot of those pranks would, like, seriously get you injured in the United States. God damn. No, those bikes are bent and broke. You thought the tiny little, like, pink tricycle was bent and broke? The kids are not alright? Yeah, I mean, these kids aren't alright, you know? Anyway, apparently the TikToker that is famous for starting this trend goes by Mizzy. Decided to go on Piers Morgan after he got arrested for these pranks because, yeah, it turns out repeatedly going into other people's houses is indeed a crime in the UK. So I guess we'll watch this, and I'm sure it won't be a clusterfuck.
But first, many young people see social media stardom as a fast track to fame and fortune. People you've never heard of can become very famous and very wealthy very quickly. From the business of bagging clicks and followers online, But with more than
I don't know that TikTok makes you money.
500 hours of content uploaded every single minute just to YouTube, how do they even begin to get noticed?
Oh,
If
Randar
some
the
influencers
Barbarian.
have a talent, they can.
Ew, my name is white again. Gross. P yellow is much better.
Randar the Barbarian, if your name is if you think that P yellow is orange, please drink more water, please.
Sing or dance. Some give brash opinions. Some play computer
boiled
games.
peanuts.
Some give friendly tutorials on things like how to do makeup or make music. But others get their clicks by, honestly, behaving like complete morons. In California, a YouTuber and pilot faced 20 years in jail.
There we go,
For
Randar.
crashing an airplane to get more subscribers. Others have jumped from city buildings, taken on wild animals, crashed cars, you name it. However mad it is, someone has tried it just for the clicks. And all in the name of becoming Insta-famous. This week, a social media prankster named Mizzy has generated headlines and abject
We
outrage
still
for
love you,
so-called
boiled
pranks,
peanuts.
which mostly involve just terrorizing innocent bystanders.
Into random houses, let's go.
James? Come to the front door right now, please.
James?
Hello. You got a nice dog. Big gang, whole lot of gang shit. Get outside.
I'm perfectly fine with my dad. It's always closer to my dad.
Well, as public anger grew this week, London's Met Police announced they were looking for Mizzy, real name Bakari Bronzagaro. The law caught up with him, and today he was fined £365 and given a criminal behaviour order, which is supposed to ban him from posting to social media without the written permission of the people in his videos. You might think that's not much of a punishment or much of a deterrent. But what does he think? Well, fresh from the courtroom, he's here now. All right, well, good evening to you.
Hello, Piers. Long time no see.
What do you mean, long time no see?
Last time I hopped on your thing with my friend.
Oh, that's right, you appeared in the background, didn't you? When we were doing an interview,
mate.
Okay, well, I'm not your mate.
You're not then what are you?
What I am is an interviewer who is, I'm curious about what has been motivating you to terrorise the people around where you live. Why do it?
I wouldn't really call it terrorising, I'll just call it more having fun. But let's get this out of the way first. I apologise. You see this situation that blew up on the internet, the walking into random houses? The next day, I apologised to the woman because I felt bad, innit? Like, deeper than social media. Like, it went deeper than social media. That's why I didn't record it. She recorded me apologising to her. I told her sorry, and she explained that she was terrified because her children...
What? But you left the video up. You apologized, but you left the video up, and then other people started copying you.
...were in the house, and I understood
What were you doing in the house?
What was I doing in the house? I don't know, it was a stupid video. Like, I got peer pressured to say it. I don't want to say it like in that way, but...
Or somebody else's fault?
I'm not blaming it on no one else.
I mean, you break into a house with a woman and a husband and two young kids.
I went into the house on my own accord.
No, I'm just saying, okay, you went through their door, right? But it's not your house. You're not supposed to be in there.
Oh, no shit.
You are causing a lot of alarm to that poor woman and to her children.
It is true. He does have immaculate skin.
Who are in the house. You then terrorise this poor elderly woman and take her dog away and traumatise her.
For the story about that,
hang on.
Let me speak. Yeah, because no. Let me speak.
I'm going to tell you.
Let me talk about that situation.
No, for the viewers, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
For the viewers, who don't know what you've done,
hold up.
I'm going to tell them.
Hold up, because
no, you hold on.
TV right now.
No, you can hold on.
Right now.
I'm explaining. I'm explaining.
They know what's been happening.
Don't just keep talking like an idiot. Right? Don't. Let me finish what the viewers don't know you did. You go up and you do these things. You take a dog from an elderly woman. You leapfrog over the top of an Orthodox Jewish man standing at the side of the road minding his own business. You go up to women in the street and say, do you want to die?
It wasn't a woman, it was a man. And she even
There were also women that you did this to.
There was maybe women there, but I only say it to the man.
Right. You shouldn't be saying it to anybody.
Fair enough, but
why, in the name of so-called prankster humour, why cause so much alarm and distress to so many people? Do you get your kicks out of doing that?
Not necessarily, but you could say that this whole public outroar just makes me laugh because people are getting hurt over something that didn't happen to them. And that's how I see it as.
What do you mean?
People are getting hurt over something that didn't happen to them.
Look, I don't want you guys to take this as Pierce Morgan being good or good, like right or based. He's like, this is like the bare minimum, you know, like being against random people going up to strangers saying, "Do you want to die?" That's a very low bar, you know. Being against random breaking and entering, that's a very low bar. Being against stealing people's dogs, one of the lowest bars I can imagine.
Everyone acts like they have this persona like they don't care. Social media is a facade, this, that, and the other. But when me comes out and does the mad thing, everyone has something to say.
It's not a mad thing.
It's the mad thing. It's the mad thing. You already said it was the mad thing. It's the mad thing.
No, it's not mad. It's moronic. It's the kind of thing anybody could do, and you do it for kicks, and you do it for clicks, and you get your little moment on TikTok, and presumably your peer group that you referenced earlier, they all think, good on you, Mizzy, this is hilarious. Meanwhile, some poor woman thinks you've stolen her dog and is traumatised. Another woman has her 2 kids and you're bursting into their house uninvited.
All right.
Right, you're jumping on Jewish people.
See, I was
right, who
jumping
are
on
already...
Jewish people. Hold up, wait a minute,
well,
wait, no, stop.
You did.
Cool, it was a Jewish person, cool. But there was a trend going around on TikTok called 300. I've done this to numerous people, black people, white people, Asian, any types of people. I don't discriminate. So don't stop saying Orthodox Jewish person like I only targeted him and it was only him that I went for.
Why are you targeting any...
Bro, that's not a good defense. Look, I didn't just jump over him and like leapfrog him because he was an Orthodox Jew. I did it just because he was there.
Anybody in that
What
manner.
do you mean, why am I targeting anyone? It was a trend, I just done it for a trend.
What's the trend? What's the trend?
Also, that is the tallest hat I've ever seen an Orthodox Jewish person wear.
300, jump over someone at the time of the beat.
However much you scare them.
However much you scare them.
Or even if you push them into a car.
No, that didn't happen though, because I saw.
It didn't happen by chance.
It didn't happen, but it didn't happen.
A lot of the stuff that you do
it didn't happen.
Could have...
That... Just wanna... Like, he just straight up pushes this person, like, into the street. Holy shit.
However much you scare them.
Or even if you push them into a car.
No, that didn't happen though, because I saw.
It didn't happen by chance.
It didn't happen, but it didn't happen.
A lot of the stuff that you do could have consequences far more serious. But you don't care, do you? As long as you get a laugh.
I have remorse for all of these things.
You don't have any remorse.
What do you mean I don't have any remorse? How are you telling me?
You have no remorse.
Are you in my life? Do you live in my life?
Huh?
Are you there for my pranks? Have you been there in my life?
What's your life? Tell me.
You tell me my life.
Presumably this is whether...
Presumably,
are you about,
my life.
Presumably, are you about to tell me the sob story, are you? What's the sob story?
There's no sob story.
Well, go on then. What's so bad about your life that makes you do this?
my whole life, innit? I just do it for fun. On or off camera, I do my thing.
Tell me about your life. What justifies this? What's happened to you
life?
that makes you think you're justified in doing this?
What do you mean tell me about my life?
Well, you said you know nothing about your life. Tell me...
I want to make it clear, guys, if you did this if you like ran up and like tried to leapfrog someone in America, there's like a decent chance you get shot or stabbed. Like, I know people who carry knives who would, without hesitation, stab somebody who came up behind them and tried to jump over them. Because that honestly looked very similar to like a weird, like a tackle or something. Like, this is just dangerous for like personal safety reasons, obviously. But also just like, yeah, if you get tackled from behind in public by someone you don't know, again, decent chance that they mean you harm.
About your life.
Because I'm trying to get onto me because I'm black. Because I guarantee
because you're black.
Person, yeah, I guarantee if
I don't give a damn about your skin colour.
Really?
No. Why would I care what colour your skin is? Really? I just think you're an...
Now, Mizzy is correct here. Piers Morgan is racist. This is very true. Piers Morgan is racist. I just think that Mizzy's behavior is also bad.
Idiot.
Oh, thank you. I think you're an idiot too.
That's fine. You're perfectly entitled to.
Yeah, so are you. So
this show's called Uncensored. I think you're an idiot for what you've been doing.
Catalina Gearbox, why should we start a fund to bring him to America? He would almost certainly die in like a day or two.
I also think
I don't think he's being racist now, though. No, I just generally Piers Morgan is a racist. I don't know that he's being racist here so far. No. Vacant Zero, Mizzy. Mizzy.
I think you're an idiot for playing the race car when no one's mentioned your...
Why would we start a fund to bring him over here? No, that's weird. Don't stop saying shit like that. Like, I think he's dumb as shit. I don't think he deserves to die just because he has trouble with the basic concept of empathy.
Skin colour.
Really? Okay, you don't have to mention it to...
I don't care about your skin colour, Mizzy. I care about the fact that you've been terrorising all these people for a sustained period of time. I also care about the fact you've only got a tiny fine today, no deterrent to you whatsoever. You don't show any real remorse. You don't really care, do you?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, this guy's like what? Like 17 at most? Like, I have no, like, how old is Mizzy? Yeah, he's about 19 years... No. Wait, yes. Yes, he's about 19 years old. So, like... Look, now he will just get his ass beat. Nah, Catalina Gearbox, given what he's been doing, like, in America, he would probably be dead by now. I don't care. I don't care where he goes. Like, he doesn't deserve to die. Please stop. If I see anything else like that, people will be timed out or banned, okay? Now, Piers Morgan is a massive racist, so Mizzy isn't wrong about him just generally being racist. I don't think he's being racist in this clip, at least not so far.
UK laws are weak, simple as. And that's not, the UK laws are weak, simple as, and that's not my fault. That's not my fault. Like, in America...
What do your family make of what you've been doing?
What do my family make? Well, I don't chat to my mum anymore. And
why not?
Why not? Because I just don't talk to her. It's irrelevant to you, but I just don't chat to her, innit? And what else? My sisters are calm, but like obviously they don't fully commend what I do, but...
Do any of your family condemn what you do?
No, of course not. Like obviously...
They think it's all perfectly normal?
No, there's certain videos that they'll be like, no, you can't be doing that. Like especially just walking into the random houses one. Certainly not. But that was more of a spur of the moment thing. I just got egged on and my ego got a hold of me. And I realised that at that moment, and that's why I went to apologise the next day. After it all blew up out of proportion, and I felt like bad, personally.
I don't think you felt bad.
Okay, well you can say that. You can say that. I'm telling you.
I think you felt bad.
No, see, you're interrupting me. Why are you interrupting me? I'm talking.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm talking.
Carry on being an idiot.
Okay, we are side in the districts every time.
I'm actually not going to call you Mizzy, because it's obviously a stage. I'll call you Bakari Bronze, right?
All right.
Bakari Bronze, let's try and talk to each other as human beings.
All right, Piers.
All right? Yeah, I'm trying to understand why there's no real remorse here.
Why
do you not understand
what do you mean why there's
the
no real
consequences
remorse?
of your
I
actions
went to
have
go
been?
apologise off social media. I could have recorded that apology and that would have been another viral video. Whether it's hate or whatever, literally, hate brings money, hate brings likes, hate brings views. It doesn't matter. Love or hate, it still brings views.
Oh, damn, Mizzy, you are so close. If you put that together, if you put what you just said together with Piers Morgan's day-to-day television show, you would have the ultimate call-out. You would have been able to turn the tables, Mizzy.
Why do you prefer to do the hateful stuff?
It's not like I prefer to do the hateful stuff. It's just like it's easier to do the hateful stuff.
Why are you laughing? You think it's fun?
Obviously, I don't think it's fun, but you're a funny person.
You do think it's funny?
You're a funny person.
You do. I've seen the videos. You do think it's just really funny.
At the time, I think it's funny. My fan base thinks it's funny, and it's we outside, innit? It's a movement. But deep down,
what's the movement?
Deep down, being free and not letting anyone tell you nothing. That's why I can do all of this stuff. I'm the most hated person on the internet right now.
No,
but
you're not.
Yes,
Most people don't know who you are.
Okay then, whatever you say, innit? Whatever you say.
Most people watching this will have never heard of you and care
whatever you
even
say.
less.
Well, now they are. You just brought it to me. Now they are.
They'll just look at the way you're behaving now and they'll think, yeah, he's a complete moron.
All right, and you're a complete moron. You keep cutting me, interrupting me when I'm trying to talk.
Because you keep talking in this animated manner, trying to stop me asking you any questions. And then you say, is it because I'm black? As if somehow it's about a racial thing.
He's going back to the race card. Why are you going back to that? I said that once.
No, you mentioned it.
I mentioned it once.
I've never once mentioned your skin colour.
All right, cool. Go on.
I don't care what colour you are.
All right.
If you were white, I'd have exactly the same view about your moronic behaviour.
All right.
But I'm curious, who in your family is there to tell you this is
wrong? Why do you need to go to my family? I'm my own person, so talk about me.
Because you
don't.
No. Because you You don't
talk about me, not my family.
Yes, but here's the problem.
What's the problem?
You are clearly a product of your upbringing.
No, I'm not. I'm my own person. I've always been my own person.
You've had no one to tell you this.
Okay, this is where we start getting to Pierce Morgan is being racist, okay? Like, yo, like, I get the feeling, yeah, I get the feeling that Piers Morgan has that angle and had that angle in mind the entire time. I was just waiting for it.
This is wrong.
Of course, people have told me it's wrong. Family, friends, everyone's told me it's wrong.
Who's told you it's
wrong?
wrong?
What do you mean? My own mother told me it's wrong. There's been situations between me and my mum where I
Right, so your mother doesn't like what you're doing.
Of course, yeah.
So why don't you stop doing it?
Because
my mother told me to stop doing something.
Okay, and that's your mother. You listen to your mother. You listen to somebody else. I'm my own person. I'm legally an adult now, so I can do what I want.
What are you going to do now?
What am I going to do now? Twitter, Mizzy is banned, and I'm going to be on Twitch. Yeah, I'm going to start streaming on Twitch, IRL streams, gaming streams. My Twitch is Mizzy is live if you want to get at that. But
Well, now I just, out of sick curiosity, I have to look. Just out of curiosity. This is the most recent stream.
No, you wake him up with this, and then I'll slap him in his face. No, but he's a slap him in his face and scream.
Come, every man, come.
Man, is this about to veer into like their prank is actually sexual assault?
Turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Wait. Don't turn off the lights, Wait, Mizzy.
No, I'm gonna put this soap over his face. Yeah. No, it's not done. This ain't it.
Oh god.
Turn on flash. We need flash this way.
Bro, did bro go to sleep with candy bars on his bed?
I'm gonna slap him with a cucumber.
Come on. Okay, now we gotta wait. Aye, you man, basically, we're just up and at it. We're trying to get my man. I turn the light on.
What is happening?
What are you doing? He just does water. Oh. Aye, so basically, guys, my man's sleeping. Come. No, quick. Silent. Every man has to be silent. This is the plan. Because he's a deep sleeper. Quick.
Wait. We get this, yeah?
What is happening?
Explain to them. You.
Hey, hide them in the wardrobe, yeah? And dash them one at a time and quickly close the wardrobe. Like, put the wardrobe at a gap so he doesn't know where they're coming from and just let him know.
No, everyone get this. Everyone just get tissue.
No, wait, listen. I want to slap her with like powder. You see that powder?
You've got flour right there.
Where's flour?
Where's flour?
That's not flour, that's sugar.
That's sugar, bro.
What are you talking about? Bro, what?
Welcome. What's everyone telling me?
I'm still trying to figure out what the cucumber's for.
Stream up. Basically, we're just up right now, and my man's sleeping, so we're gonna try to do the mad thing to him.
Hey, mind out. I've got to tell them something very important. Every single person in their life, if you're listening, this is very important.
Why?
Why, bro? Anyway, yeah. What's everyone telling me? You're live in the heuristics.
Yeah, we need to get Aiden, Ross.
Getting Aiden Ross is live. Bro, it's coming soon, bro. That's coming soon. Piers was chatting, of course, bro. He was chatting, bro.
Obviously, man. That's his
Leave him
job.
to chat, innit? That's his job.
That's his job.
Guys don't know, they're just falling into the plan, bro.
That's his
Like,
job.
Who was on pace? My height will die in 2 weeks' time. Alright, cool. Just gotta utilize. Why is this all... Aye. No, aye. Very liquid on his face.
One of them said they were gonna hit him in the face with it.
Bro, you put very...
Bro, I was loving this shit.
You put very liquid.
Oh, okay, he's gonna slap the shit out of him with it. Okay.
I was slap that nigga to the hole.
Hey, come on, let's do it.
Hey, come.
No, you have to give it like 5 minutes.
come.
No. Hey, no, man. Hey, man.
Every man gets free each. Every man gets free each. Every man gets free each. There, take your free.
Bro, flipping hell.
This
Free for the price of nothing.
free for the price of nothing, bro. Every man's got their own shit, bro.
Hey, what? Should we dash it up with his head?
No,
Oh, yes, you know. Should we pour cereal on him? Can we pour...
Okay, no. What you gotta do is you gotta place them one by one, do the massaging thing, yeah? And they place the balls on people.
Hey, we gotta grab our yard.
No, every man.
We can be mad.
Shh. Aye, flash. Bring the flash.
Did he put one wet paper towel in his ear?
Hey, bring the flash, bring it. Bring the flash. Hey, every man has to be. Hey, turn on the flash. Quick. Hey, chill.
What I told you to do. Come in.
Hello.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, wait, what was happening?
Holy shit. I can't do the flashing. Can we...
Nah, the man them are bullies. Hey, get the flash, get the...
Nah, okay, so it's just like several minutes of them trying to slap the shit out of their friend with a cucumber. Well, there's like a strobe light effect. Cool! Alright. Fellow Twitch streamer, Mizzy, is live.
Yeah.
Do you want to try and come up with a sincere apology or not?
No, I don't need to come up with no sincere apology. I already have my own remorse, and I already.
You don't have
said
any
what I
remorse,
to
do
say.
you?
What do you mean? Okay, then whatever you.
To you, it's all a bit of a jape. And if you steal some old woman's dog, it's all a bit of fun. If you jump on a Jewish man, it's all a bit of fun. If you run into people's houses with young kids and terrorise them, it's all a bit of fun.
But what I'm saying to you
nothing
is,
really matters.
What
right?
I'm saying to you is, there's been plans to change up everything, and you're just no help in it. You just talk your own thing. And you have your own set morals, and yeah. So that's you.
No, it's not about morality. I just
Okay,
think,
cool.
I just
Whatever
think,
you say, I was still talking. You
Yeah,
interrupt
I'm
me again, Piers.
Okay, let me.
Piers Morgan, why'd you keep interrupting me?
Let me tell you,
bro?
we're going to put both of ourselves out of this misery, and we'll just end it there because
Yeah, I
you
think
are.
you should end it,
as I said at the
because, like,
start,
bruh.
you're just a complete moron.
And so are you.
So until you,
You just
stop being a
talk over
moron,
people, bro.
you will be
You just
treated
talk
like a
over
moron.
people, bro.
You are Mizzy,
The man didn't really
the
know.
moron. For the
Boxing
record,
match
he
in
wasn't paid
August.
for this,
Boxing match in
obviously.
August. We
I feel like
outside.
paying viewers actually, if I'm just
Keep
put up
sharing
with
the
it.
stream.
Damn, that was insufferable for a number of reasons. Insufferable for so many reasons. Holy shit. Piers Morgan fucking sucks, man. But also that Mizzy also seems like he sucks. They both suck, but for very different reasons. Was that forever? Yes, that was approximately an eternity. Hey, Next Polarity. Hello, Door Kickers Inc. Hello, Rotful. Hello, Daddy's Big Throbbing D. I'm glad you've joined us. Finally, we have Daddy's Big Throbbing D in chat. Excellent. As we've all been waiting for, Daddy's Big Throbbing D is excited to have an amazing time together tonight. And frankly, I'm also excited to have an amazing time with all of you and Daddy's Big Throbbing D. Anyway. I've been here for 3 years. Yeah, you guys tuned into stream looking like a fresh-faced Tom Hanks. And now you all look like
_apples gave Door Kickers Inc. a
you all
tier 1
look like
subscription.
Tom Hanks after several years on an island. Oh, Daddy.
_apples gave *rotful* a tier 1 subscription.
Lotta Apples, thank you for gifting a sub to Door Kickers Inc. and Rotful. I really, really appreciate that. Those all help so goddamn much. Paladin, thank you for gifting a sub to Daddy's Big Throbbing D. And Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 100 biddies over on Twitch. And yes, I will add all of the subs that have been gifted so far to this number. There we go. Boiled Peanuts, come on over to the riverboat.gg chat. Then you don't need a subby unless you want to, you know, flex some bling. I need as many clips of Jack saying Daddy's Big Throbbing D as possible. Also, chat, we have come to the end of the top of the hour, and by the end of the top of the hour, I mean the beginning of the top of the hour. Would you please be so kind as to consider hitting the like button, hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, making comments on the YouTubes, doing all of the things, because those help boost our position in the algorithm, and goddamn does that help me to live and not die. And additionally...
Mommy's Big Throbbing V.
Salmon Moose, thanks to you and your big throbbing V. I appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Holy moly. Thank you so goddamn much. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, God. Thank you very, very much. And yes, everyone else, chat. Consider dropping some subs, dropping some gifties to your unsubbed homies. Consider, you know, coming over to riverboat.gg if you're in the YouTube or the Twitch chat and supporting me over here, because then YouTube and Twitch don't take a cut and it just goes directly to supporting my ability to live. And you know what? Frankly, I need that a lot at the end of the month. Having the ability to live and pay my rent is actually quite important to my quality of life and my ability to continue doing this show. Yeah. Whoa, I had YouTube and site open at the same time to like the stream that was like being stuck in an echo chamber. I'm sorry. Come on over, the water's nice. It's true. And Hikigo Corgi, thank you very much for the live dono over on YouTube. I forget what those are called. actually, but I appreciate them nonetheless. Thank you for the $2 dono. You should listen to song Dale Zelda Dale. Okay. I shall. Do 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 do. Dale Zelda Dale.
Non-binary parents, big throbbing, undisclosed sexual organ.
I hope that I am not gonna get copyright infringement for doing this. Paladin, thank you very much for the $20 dono. Non-binary parents, big throbbing, undisclosed sexual organ. Indeed, my favorite way to dirty talk with my non-binary friends and almost sudden family and strangers. Jesus Christ.
Escucha bien, oye lo que me pasó.
Super chats, yes, Fleep Watch, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a lo trago y sin querer tomé demasiado. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Y tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley.
Oye, escúchame bien. Este ganón el que te habla. El más tiguerazo de Gerudo Valley.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a lo trago y sin querer
Kiko
tomé
Corgi,
demasiado.
excellent suggestion.
Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Y tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley.
Undisclosed person's big throbbing headache to keep it G-rated.
Oye, escúchame bien. Este ganón el que te habla. El más tiguerazo de Gerudo Valley. Mamá huevazo.
That was really fun. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. Also, Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Undisclosed person's big throbbing headache to keep it G-rated. Oh, I love it when I just have a very, very, very naughty headache. Just throbbing in my temples. Now, someone just used sound alerts, and I don't know why they're not working. So let's fix that real quick. And I'll play the sound alert of your dreams. I'll also throw hair scrunchies into my face, just like in your dreams. And oh yeah, the 5 gifted subs. There we go. We're almost halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Okay. Now we need settings. Settings. Set up. Copy. Add. Add. Boom. Okay, we'll try this.
Hey, cuppa, cuppa, hey, cuppa, cuppa, hey.
Okay, we're gonna turn down the volume. Do that, and we're going to the library. We're gonna go to the dashboard. There we go.
This is just too surreal for me.
It was indeed too surreal for me. We did it! Oh, I see you treat Twitch subs as half? Yeah. I'm trying to subtly... I don't know if you guys can tell here, but I've been trying to subtly move you guys towards the riverboat.gg site, specifically so I don't have to share money with Jeff Bezos. And by getting more people over here, I can be more independent from running some ad campaigns. Like our future sponsor, Final Fantasy 15 War for Eos. I'm not going to tell you to download it today. You better not, because we're going to start that tomorrow. So do not, under any circumstance, download Final Fantasy 15 War for Eos. There we go. Recently converted to Muslim, mashallah. Good for you. I hope that goes well. Salmon Moose, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. You wonderful, wonderful human being, you. Boop. We have 5 times the emotes and 10 times the sexual tension. Indeed, Material Squirrel, indeed. Oh god, you guys are gonna hate the next segment I have planned for you all. You're gonna hate it so goddamn much. But you're also gonna love it, too. I had a thought about having private stream off of Twitch and YouTube, but why would I do that? I need to stream on Twitch and YouTube so you guys can find the content, and so I can use their algorithm to grow. Remember, like the stream and comment on the YouTube videos, because that helps us to grow. Alright. Next story. More than Piers Morgan and a shitty baddie boy? I hope so. Next story. Hey, do you like democracy? Do you like the country of Turkey? Well, too bad. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Principe Erdogan has claimed victory in the elections, cementing and elongating his 20-year-long rule of Turkey. And, well, I think things are just kind of fucked there for a while, I guess. I don't know that there's any way out of this. He won with about 53% of the vote. And, yeah. He said rigged? Yes, he did. In fact, I would claim that any election in which the state-controlled media heavily pushes the incumbent candidate is probably, I'm guessing, a bit rigged. A bit of the rigoroni, you know? So yeah, that's your update on Turkey. Yeah. Not good, very bad. Yeah, basically, Erdogan, not a good dude. He is now pledging to remove over 1 million Syrian refugees from the country. He's also been trying to do kind of this, I guess, playing cute with like Russia and Ukraine. It's not good. It's not good. 50,000 people died in the earthquakes under his regime. Now, I don't know a whole lot about the political situation in Turkey. All I know is I see an authoritarian quasi-dictator, if not full-blown dictator, holding on to power, and I really don't like authoritarian rule or authoritarian leaders or authoritarian countries. I think they're generally pretty bad. And that is my take on the Turkish elections. Unfortunately, Kilik Daroglu was not actually like a great candidate either. Like, he wasn't going to do great things for Syrian refugees either. But he would have been a bit more open to democratic reform, which honestly would open the door to like better candidates in the future. But, you know, I guess we'll just have to hope next time Turkish elections aren't rigged as much in Erdogan's favor somehow. I don't know how that will be. I don't know how one unfucks a fucked election system overseen by a dictator, but I guess we'll find out. What election will you participate in? The Democratic primaries and the 2024 election, baby. Carrie Lake actually won the Turkish election. I hope so, because then she can go over there and waste her time suing the Turkish courts. I saw Tanky posting that Erdogan successfully resisted Western imperialism. God, Tankies are cringe. Are there any serious candidates running for the Dems beyond Biden? No. Marianne Williamson is running. She's not going to win the primary, though. I like that Hillary Clinton lady. She beats out Nancy Reagan for title of throat goat, in my opinion. You know, I've never really analyzed the stylings of Hillary Clinton's throat goat game, but I'm willing to bet you're wrong. Yeah, Marianne Williamson is very, very cringe. Incredibly cringe. I think that's partly a strength of hers, to be honest. I admire people who have the courage to be cringe publicly, but I also just have to say, like, I don't think realistically she has a shot at winning, and I don't think she's going to even come remotely close. I like her a lot, just, you know, I don't think she's gonna succeed. I always feel like Lucidic, I always feel weird making jokes about Monica Lewinsky because, like, man, she was put in, like, an impossible situation. You know, the president of the United States is, like, basically, like, trying to get you to sleep with him and, like, do sexual favors. Like, if you say no, like, he has the entire, like, CIA, NSA, FBI at his beck and call, who are, like, gonna be willing to, like, black bag you at a drop of a hat. You know, like, it's a scary situation to say no to, like, literally someone who is colloquially known as the most powerful person on Earth. Oh no, why did, we did, Daddy's big throbbing D, we believed in you. Yeah, we knew we were gonna ban Daddy's big throbbing D. I really wanted him to be good, you know? I really wanted him to be, like, the one chatter with, like, a sussy name who would be able to stick around. I wanted that so badly. What did he do? Look, if you're unprompted talking about the throat game of Hillary Clinton and Nancy Reagan, I don't know. That's pretty fucking weird. But Daddy's Big Throbbing D, if you're still here, put in an unban request and don't be quite as sussy. Tone it down by like 15 to 20%. We'll unban you, okay? He throbbed too close to the sun. Oh no. Oh no. He was just gonna get more sus until he banned him. I know. Throbbed too close to the sun. All right. On that note, I'm gonna take like a 5-ish minute break. Love you all. Be right back, and we'll cover the segment I was really talking about that you're really gonna hate. Okay? BRB. Sorry about that. Was saying goodnight to my partner. We're talking politics and throbbing genitals? Hell yeah, we are. You know, same thing we talk every night. Wait, what? Oh, Big Throbbing D? Sorry, Daddy's Big Throbbing D. Gotta get the username right. The joke was that I implied my penis got cut off. Oh no. Anyway, moving on from this potentially thorny minefield. Hello! How are you all today? I'm good. Anyway, I hear you guys like PragerU cartoons. So I got a bunch of PragerU cartoons for us to take a look at tonight. Let's start with this one. Leo and Layla, or Lila, meet Christopher Columbus. What could go wrong? We exit one thorny minefield for another. Incredibly thorny minefield.
Oh, hey. What's up with the face? You look stressed. I'm just doing some research. Was today weird for you? Yeah, how'd you guess? Columbus Day. Or Native American Day, or Indigenous Peoples Day. It's weird, right? Yeah, some of the teachers at my school really don't like Christopher Columbus and don't think he should have a holiday, but some do. It's the same with my teachers, and even some kids got into arguments about it today. You finding any good info? Kinda, but it's real mixed. The side against Columbus says he was a really mean guy who spread slavery, disease, and violence to people who would have been better off if he'd never gone to the New World.
I wonder, Leo, does it mention what diseases he spread? I bet it does.
Ouch. I know, but the side for him says he was a really courageous guy who loved exploring, inspired generations, and spread Christianity and Western civilization to people who really benefited from new ways of thinking and doing things.
On the one hand, killed a lot of people with illnesses and disease, enslaved populations, and also killed a lot of people. On the other hand, brave and Christian, and people in the future liked him a lot. I just don't know what to think about this Columbus guy. Let's learn some more.
That sounds really good. I know. What do you think? Which side is right? I don't know. It seems really complicated, but both sides are just giving their opinions. It would be cool to hear from, the source. Huh? You want us to go talk to Christopher Columbus, don't you? Yeah! Okay, sounds good. I hope he's not mean.
Yes, a truly unbiased source. Christopher Columbus, do you think that you're pretty awesome? Yes? Well, there you have it, folks. Oh, God.
Don't be alarmed, sir.
Man, the PragerU video player is shit. Just... Christopher Columbus's O-face. And look at his pitiful attempt to T-pose to establish dominance. The T-pose O-face. A very complicated technique.
Don't be alarmed.
Stowaways! Kill them!
Alarmed, sir.
Don't worry about it. I'm wrapping up the wildest journey maybe that anyone's ever taken. Nothing phases me.
Is that a woman wearing pants? Why, I should slay you where you stand, wench!
What, you from the future?
How'd you guess?
Either that or Indians? I've kinda had a hard time telling who's what lately.
I'm Layla. He's my brother Leo, and we need to learn about you. We live 500 years from now.
Also, we're just not going to touch that comment where you asked if we were Indians. We're not even going to touch that one. We're going to sail right past it, much like you did to America.
And there's a holiday for you, but it's really controversial and we're confused.
Nice! I have a holiday? Well, caramba! I should! I've worked so hard to get to this.
Holy shit. Whoa, I have a holiday? Well, it's about goddamn time those bunch of ingrates gave me a holiday. Holy shit, man.
Point, and what I just accomplished was insane.
Will you tell us about your journey?
Allow me to give you a little biographical information so it all makes sense.
Okay.
I was raised in the port town of Genoa along the Mediterranean Sea. My papa was a wool weaver, and most boys just did whatever their dads did. But I was different. Every day I would look out at the sea and wonder what was out there beyond just what I could see.
I see what you did there. So you were curious?
See. And so as a teenager and a young man, I did everything I could to cure my curious nature. I volunteered for all kinds of crazy sea adventures, and I took my first one at 14.
Whoa.
Yeah, and soon sailed to Iceland, Ireland, and Africa. I taught myself to read, learned many languages, and...
Yes. The 3 countries, Iceland, Ireland, and Africa. Of course, yes. Indeed.
Read everything I could about geography, astronomy, and exploration, including my favorite book, The Travels of Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
Okay?
Oh, it's a game we play in swimming pools. Never mind.
Never mind? Marco Polo is the greatest explorer who ever lived. In fact, the trade routes he wrote of and their closing is basically why I'm here right now.
What do you mean?
Well, first, the writings of his amazing journey to the Far East inspired me to be an explorer. But then, 40 years ago, when the Muslims conquered Constantinople and closed down the Silk Road, they made it impossible to get by land from Europe to Asia. And that opened up the desire and opportunity to figure out a path by the sea.
What was so important about getting from Europe to Asia?
Leo, we want to trade. They have so much cool stuff in places like India, China, and the Spice Islands.
Let me guess. Spices.
Smarty pants. If you tried our Middle Ages European food, you would know how much we need those spices.
So you wanted...
Christopher Columbus throwing a lot of shade. Our food sucks ass.
To get spices from Asia and make a lot of money?
No, I wanted to explore the world and see things that nobody where I'm from had ever seen before. But I didn't have enough money for a crazy sea adventure, so I had to get a sponsor. I needed to convince a really rich person to pay for my trips.
Man, it's real weird how so much of this video is about his early life, huh? So strange. I wonder why.
Ah, so you had to be persuasive and tell somebody that paying for your trip would make them even more money. You get to explore, and they get spices and stuff from Asia to sell and make a profit.
Correcto. So since the
And sometimes we would just show up in a giant ship with big guns and, you know, demand stuff. That was how we traded sometimes.
Muslims had cut off all the land trade routes to Asia, and we Europeans still wanted Asian things, I came up with a crazy plan to get there by...
Just out of curiosity here. Just out of curiosity here. Do 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 do. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm pretty sure, just out of I'm pretty
Feeling wet.
goddamn
Came up
sure
with it.
here. There were a lot of non-Muslim countries and Muslim countries involved in the whole blocking the Silk Road thing, or like hindering trade or facilitating trade. Notice conspicuously absent talking about the northern coast of Africa here along the Mediterranean. Weird, strange.
The crazy plan to get there by sailing west.
Why was that?
But yes, all of the Muslims in the Middle Ages were united. Indeed, it was basically just one country, one super country.
Crazy.
Because no one knew if it could be done.
Is that because people thought the world was flat?
No, that's a myth. Since the time of the ancient Greeks, educated people have known the world is round and could possibly be sailed around. But Earth...
Or, you know, the time of the ancient Egyptians. But, you know, I guess we could hand it to the Greeks because they're whiter. Isn't that right, PragerU?
was believed to be so big that with so much ocean between Europe and Asia, no way could a ship hold enough food and water for its crew to survive a westward journey between the continents.
You thought differently?
I did my own calculations and thought maybe could be done. I might have played with the numbers a bit, but I was desperate to give it a try.
Sounds like your sponsor needed to be desperate too.
I first asked the King of Portugal, but his advisors told him my plan would never work, so he said no. Then I tried Spain, and they said no too. But after 6 years of bugging their king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, I finally got them to agree to pay for my voyage west out to the great unknown.
It took 6 years? Why did they finally give in?
Only they can know for sure. But it's probably no coincidence that after hundreds of years of fighting to kick the Muslim invaders out of their country, in what was known as the Reconquista, the Spanish monarchs sent me on a mission to find new trade routes and maybe even find gold and riches.
So Spain was broke and needed money. They were desperate.
So Spain was broke and they needed money from somewhere. They didn't care where, did they?
You said it, not me. But Ferdinand and Isabella took a wild chance on my crazy idea. And here we are. I'm now sailing back to Spain to show off all kinds of amazing things I found and tell of the wonders of the lands I've seen.
Okay, now that we have the backstory, we've got some questions. There are a lot of people in our time upset about how you acted once you found all these amazing things in these new lands.
Oh, but by the way, I know that they made it seem like a relatively short period of time. The Reconquista literally was a series of wars over the course of 600 years to, like, retake Spain from the Moors, or the Muslims. Yeah, it's, I don't know how much the terminology Reconquista applies in this particular context. You know, like, a reconquest, I don't know. It's mostly just an actual conquest.
Ah, that's right. You said I'm controversial.
You have no idea.
I've got nothing to hide. Ask away.
Okay, first, your sailing plan was
They were basically an extension of, like, the Crusades.
right, and all your doubters were wrong?
Well, they were wrong that my crew and I were going to die because after 10 weeks of sailing west, we spotted land.
Your trip was 10 weeks?
You can't even handle a 2-hour car ride.
Ah, greatness requires patience.
You know the land you found wasn't India, right?
Really? Caramba! I suspected something was a little off, but my calculations suggested I had reached India, or at least the Far East.
So what happened when you met the native people, who obviously discovered the land before you did? The Indians?
The first...
Yo, man, the Indians? Man, I just... No, this isn't parody. This is actual, like, what they're trying to peddle to kids for entertainment. This is part of their, PragerU Kids program that's being distributed via, like, Daily Wire Plus and all that shit. It used to be published on YouTube. They'd push these on YouTube, but apparently they've been just, like, publishing them only on their PragerU website. But yeah, this is meant to be like an alternative tool for educating children for conservative, like, homeschool parents.
People we met were great. The Taino. They were peaceful, curious, and really helpful. I could tell right away that they were highly intelligent. They even were able to quickly mimic everything we said to them. I ordered my men to treat them well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Columbus, but I heard at school that you spoil paradise and...
Okay, no one at school was gonna say that Christopher Columbus spoiled paradise. That's... No teacher is going to say that. Also, I just really want to emphasize here that we're getting into, like, the dog shit part of this video. I know that it's already been, like, not great, but for people who don't know, the Taino people, Taino isn't an ethnic group. It's a, it actually just means good or prudent. And was used to refer to the, good, natives that they encountered, as opposed to the Caribs, the bad native people they encountered. So, yeah. Yeah, one historian, Jose R. Oliver, writes that the natives of Borinquen, who had been captured by the Caribs of Guadalupe, and who wanted to escape on Spanish ships to return home to Puerto Rico, used the term Taino to indicate that they were good men, as opposed to the Caribs. Yeah. And Peter Holm, according to Peter Holm, most translators appear to agree that the word Taino was used by Columbus's sailors, not by the islanders who greeted them. Strange.
And you brought slavery and murder to peaceful people.
Leo?
Sorry. It's what I read and heard at school.
Caramba! Those are some accusations. The place I discovered was beautiful, but it wasn't exactly a paradise of civilization, and the native people were far from peaceful.
But you just said the Taino were people.
What about the slavery, Chris? I noticed you glossed over that part, didn't you? The native people were far from peaceful, so that justified enslaving them, Chris?
Peaceful.
They pretty much are, but there are other tribes who aren't.
And they deserve to become my property.
The Taino I had met had cuts and scars and bruises all over them. I asked why, and they told me about the Caribs, who are vicious, warring cannibals.
Cannibals? Like they
eat people, see.
Whoa.
Right? Hey, all...
By the way, there's very little evidence to actually substantiate the claims of, the claims that, like, there were cannibals active in this area. There's very little evidence to no evidence.
All the things that are bad in the world I come from, jealousy, lying, murder, war, It all exists in the land I just found too.
And that's why it justifies me enslaving them. Of course. They were human beings, and therefore they deserved to be enslaved, of course.
In Europe we draw the line at things like eating people and human sacrifice.
No, you don't, actually. You don't, actually. I don't know. No, you don't. Actually. You don't actually draw the line at eating people. No, you don't actually. I don't know. You don't actually, though. Just throwing it out. You don't.
Some of the native folks from where I just left do those things regularly. So, these people in your time who think it was a peaceful paradise are misinformed. Or lying.
Yeah, but what about slavery? You didn't deny that.
Deny? No. Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no?
Yes. So, you see, enslaving them was the kind thing to do, because he could have just murdered them all. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I can't believe this is real. This made it through not just the writing process, but the editing process, and came out the other side through production. Also, didn't Great Britain have... Yeah, no, Snuggle Kitten. Yeah, the people in the UK, for many, many years, would eat pieces of mummies because they thought it was either, like, a cool, hip thing to do, or that it would cure their syphilis.
I don't see the problem.
Well...
Holy shit, dude! I don't see the problem. I could have murdered them all, and instead I made them slaves. What's wrong with that?
In our time, we view slavery as being evil and terrible.
Magnifico! That's wonderful! I am glad humanity has reached such a time. But...
Magnificent, says man who personally enslaved thousands of people. Magnificent! I'm glad they finally got rid of slavery. Anyway, let me get back to my, sugar plantations. Oh my god.
You said you're from 500 years in the future? How can you come here to the 15th century and judge me by your standards from the 21st century? For those in the future to look back and do this is, well, estupido.
Are you calling me dumb?
Certainly not. I can tell you're a very smart young lady. But the idea of throwing away the past because of your present values is... Listen, I love and am thankful for the ancient Greeks, but they did lots of things that here in 1493 I do not agree with. They permitted lifestyles and worshiped gods that, as a Christian, I think is very bad. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't respect and honor all the incredible and amazing things they did.
You're right. We should respect all of the incredible and amazing things that Christopher Columbus did. Like, I don't know. Maybe, to describe one of the amazing, wonderful things that Columbus did. Let's take a look at the notes of Michel de Cuneo, a participant in Columbus's second expedition to the Americas. This is from his journal. While I was in the boat, I captured a very beautiful woman, whom the Lord Admiral Columbus gave to me. When I had taken her to my cabin, she was naked, as was their custom. I was filled with a desire to take my pleasure with her and attempted to satisfy my desire. She was unwilling, and so treated me with her nails that I wished I had never begun. I then took a piece of rope and whipped her soundly, and she let forth such incredible screams that you would not have believed your ears. Eventually, we came to such terms, I assure you, that you would have thought she'd been brought up in a school for whores. You know, one of the amazing, wonderful things that Columbus did, giving a woman to one of his crew members to rape. Now, PragerU, was it just different times? Was it just different times? Where, like, you just gave people, other human beings, to sexually assault? Just different times, you know? I don't know. What about this? You know, they kind of gloss over this part of slavery in the video. It turns out that, well, if anyone tried to resist Columbus's takeover, members of his crew would just publicly cut off the ears of indigenous people to shock the others into submission. Essentially, they just brought out prisoners and sliced off their ears. So, you know. Also, you know, did he just do a little bit of slavery? Well, so they captured about 1,500 men and women and let 400 of them go, and then sent 500 back to Spain, never to see their homeland again. And then another 600 were enslaved by Spanish men who were left behind on the island, members of Columbus's crew. Anywhere from about 200 to 300 died en route to Spain. And when they were dead or too weak to resist, they were thrown overboard by their Spanish captors. So, I don't know, different times, maybe? Just different times. I wonder if they're going to mention in this video, and, you know, there's about 2 minutes left in the video, so maybe. Maybe they're going to mention Columbus forcing indigenous people to collect gold for him, or else he would murder them. Any indigenous person who in the areas controlled by Columbus and his crew were given the order, if they were over the age of 14, that they had to collect a certain quantity of gold or cotton. And they were given a stamped copper or brass token to wear around their necks in order to signify that they had fulfilled their allotment. And if they didn't collect enough, they were murdered. Different times, though, am I right? Different times. And, you know, I wonder if they're going to mention in this video that rule under Columbus and his crew was so authoritarian, so tyrannical, that 50,000 indigenous people committed mass suicide rather than be ruled by him. I wonder if they're going to mention that in the video. I wonder if they're going to mention that. This is from a book titled Columbus, The Four Voyages by Lawrence Bergreen. And I'll just read this out for you guys. The Indians destroyed their stores of bread so that neither they nor the invaders would be able to eat it. They plunged off cliffs, they poisoned themselves with roots, and they starved themselves to death. Oppressed by the impossible requirement to deliver tributes of gold, the indigenous peoples were no longer able to tend their fields or care for their sick, their children, or their elderly. They had given up and committed mass suicide to avoid being killed or captured by Christians, and to avoid sharing their land with them, their fields, groves, beaches, forests, and women, the future of their people. Different times, am I right, folks? Different cultures. Now, I wonder, in the last 2 minutes of this video, are they also going to talk about how the estimated population of Hispaniola before Columbus arrived was around 300,000 people? Chat, does anyone want to take a guess? How many were left approximately 50 years after Columbus arrived in Hispaniola? Anyone want to take a guess? If you know, don't cheat. Somewhere less than 300,000. True. Yeah. $20,000, $10,000, 40%, 1,000. Unfortunately, you're all guessing far too high. 56 years after Columbus's first voyage, and again, he made 4 voyages. 56 years after his first voyage, only 500 out of 300,000 indigenous people remained on Hispaniola. $500. Ridiculous. Anyway, I'm gonna stop there, but also Columbus sold 9 and 10-year-old girls into to be sex slaves. So they're probably not gonna mention this in a children's video, but that's the case.
So, good and bad is based on the time you live in?
That is a great question.
Who are we to judge?
I told you I knew you were smart. Some things are clearly bad, no matter when they happen. But for other
like selling 9 and 10-year-old girls into slavery as sex slaves?
things, before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal? Not everyone can time travel as you do and see how normal becomes very not normal.
Something.
Man, it's real weird how at the beginning of the video he was judging people for doing cannibalism, but now he's like downplaying owning people as property.
Some things aren't. Sounds complicated.
It is, and so is life. And history can be too. If people in your time want to celebrate me for being a perfect hero, then they are very mistaken. Only my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is perfect, and I hope to spread his teaching to all the lands I find that don't know his name. But if people in your time want to celebrate the guts I had to get this journey approved, start it, survive it, and get back to tell about it, well, that seems pretty good for any time and age.
I think you're right. Thanks for answering our questions, Mr. Columbus.
You're a courageous explorer, and you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, kids. Now.
Anyway, Columbus was also stripped of his, titles by the Spanish royalty because, yeah. They recognized that he was a piece of shit, even at the time.
Let me lock you up and show you to the King and Queen of Spain. Ah, just kidding. Safe travels, my friends.
Bye.
Yeah.
Columbus sure had a crazy life.
He made 3 more journeys across the ocean to the New World.
And it seems like most of the negative reports about him come from people who were his competition for things.
I don't think Christopher Columbus was a villain. And maybe he wasn't a hero, but he sure did some heroic things that are definitely worth celebrating.
And a lot of the things we judge him for now were just normal in his time. You never know, Leo.
Yeah, you know, it was normal in his time. Here's a small quote from a letter to Doña Juana de la Torre, from Columbus himself. In it, Columbus writes, "There are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. And for all ages, a good price must be paid." So, you know, just casually selling 9 and 10-year-old children into slavery. Because of the high demand for 9 and 10-year-old slaves. Different times, though.
Maybe some of the things we're told are fine today will be considered evil or crazy in the future. But being courageous and wanting to explore the world are things worth admiring in any century.
If you'd like to time travel,
Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. It's so ridiculous, man. But who can say? On the one hand, he was brave. On the other hand, he did a long list of war crimes. On the other hand, he was a Christian. On the other hand, his rule was so terrible that it inspired mass suicides. Who can say? Really? God. Chat, we are... I think someone might be at my door again? I keep hearing a knock. I'll be right back. Yeah, Samus is going in for some blood work tomorrow, folks. She's going in for some blood work to prep her for a surgery on Wednesday, so wish her luck, okay? Yeah, she has to have a tooth removed, and it's there are a lot of things wrong with it, and it's gonna be a nerve-wracking surgery. They have to put her under, like, completely. But yeah, hey chat. Guess what? We've now been streaming for 2 hours. Have you been enjoying the show? Have you been learning with the show? Consider then coming over to riverboat.gg and dropping some donos, dropping some subs. Because guess what? You can dono and sub over on YouTube and Twitch, but you know what? Yeah, then I gotta split that dono, or that sub, with Jeff Bezos, or the CEO of YouTube, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to be giving them money. You already give them plenty of money through ads. So come on over to riverboat.gg, support me, and I would really, really appreciate it if you did so, because it's almost the end of the month, and I have to pay rent, and that is scary as hell as a full-time content creator. PragerU Kids has horrible animation style. It's worse than South Park, and South Park is bad on purpose. True. Jack, I thought you were a horrible racist according to puritanical leftists, and here you are explicitly doing anti-racist content. I'm so confused. Indeed. Who can say? It pains me to know so many of our corrupt leaders won't live long enough to reap what they've sown. They've simply gotten away with it and lived a life of luxury and pleasure. Indeed, Gamer Jam. Or Gamer Jame. Indeed. It's worse than the Tuttle twins. Oh, God. I locked away the Tuttle twins in my brain. Imu Ishru. And? I don't know, I don't have an issue with the art style. Well, I wouldn't have an issue with the art style either if the content was good. Anyone with the subs and the biddies? How happy can you be being a heartless piece of shit like Henry? Who's Henry? What are you guys talking about? Oh yeah, no, the animation style is absolutely designed to like... Oh, Kissinger, gotcha. Is absolutely designed to like mass produce content. But yeah, if you don't want to make a dono or gift some subs, and we are almost halfway to our goal, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch.
Treats for the Samus dog. All the treats.
Aw. You know what? I did get her new treats. How about this? Every 5 subs you guys gift, if you guys gift 5 subs at a time, I will give her a treat. Let's start with one of these greenies. This is not sponsored content, but if your dog has bad breath, they will love these and also help with their breath. There you go. Hi, Ann. Wait, can you see? Yes. Hi, Ann. Hey, Greedy Dragon, how's it going? It's going okay. Had a bit of a stressful day. Yeah, but greenies make my dogs rip ass. Well, I have not noticed that problem. Also, Salmon Moose, thank you so goddamn much for the 5 sub dono. I really, really appreciate that. And especially on top of the 10 subs donated earlier. Holy moly. We're up to 53, baby. You have your eye on anyone for 2024? I mean, me saying I have my eye on anybody for 2024 implies that I like the most likely potential outcome for 2024. So far, like, the candidates are Marianne Williamson and Joe Biden, and I don't think Marianne Williamson has a decent shot at winning. I like a lot of her policies, but I don't think she's gonna win at all. I might vote for her in the primary, but I don't think she's gonna beat Joe. You know? Oh god, yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot. RFK Jr. is also running, but he's wackadoo crazy, and Marianne Williamson is a little bit crazy, but like in a good way. Joe Biden's definitely going to win. Yeah, I mean, like, it's really, like, a foregone conclusion. I was actually talking with my mom today, and she was convinced. I don't know why, but I think a lot of liberals think similar things. She's kind of like my litmus test for, like, well-meaning liberalism, I guess. But, she seems to be under the impression that, like, Asa Hutchinson or Tim Scott are gonna like come into the Republican primary and they're just not going to like engage in any mudslinging with Trump, and that's somehow going to win over the Republican base. And I'm just like, man, that's not what's gonna happen. But I mean, I don't know how you pay attention to anything going on and think that's gonna be the outcome here. Like, Asa Hutchinson has, like, all of the charisma of, like, a log. Or, like, an elderly man on Halloween giving out, Werther's Originals, you know? Like, people might have general, like for him, but he's not gonna win. Like, Ron DeSantis is the runner-up, and he's, like, a fucking Gestapo officer. You know, like he like literally tortured people for a living. It's just I don't I don't think that that's gonna happen. Republicans like the cruelty because the cruelty is what makes them excited. I have my eye on the Vivek guy. He seems pretty sharp. Vivek Ramaswamy isn't gonna go anywhere, man. I would suspect he does decently in the primary, but like decently as in like he makes a good case for giving him a cabinet position, you know? The same I think Nikki Haley is going to be gunning for VP. Asa Hutchinson, I think genuinely is going to make a play for the presidency, but he's not going to get a cabinet spot. Is Vermin Supreme still doing stuff? You leave him alone. Vermin Supreme has done enough for this country. He's a goddamn hero. We need to send the chopper, you know? Find him up in the mountains. We need you for one last election, Vermin. Marianne Williamson is a crystal mommy who runs on vibes. I mean, I think that Marianne Williamson has a better platform this time around. Like she has like actual coherent policies rather than like getting up in front of everybody and saying like, we need love, man. We need love and peace. But like I don't think that's going to go anywhere, you know, long term. RFK Jr. is polling at 20%. I don't believe you, frankly. RFK Jr. polling? Are you fucking serious right now? Oh my god, what? What the actual fuck? Wait. Okay, Kennedy officially launched his Democratic primary bid on April 19th after a month or two of making noise about it. April 9th Morning Consult poll, 10% of those surveyed said they would support Kennedy for Democratic presidential nomination. The day of Kennedy's launch, a USA Today Suffolk poll had Kennedy at 14%. The Fox News poll released April 26th, referenced by CNN, showed Kennedy at 19%. Kennedy was at 21% in an April 27th Emerson College poll. What the fuck? I mean, like, yeah, Biden is still, like, at, like, 70%, but even so, 20% is wild. I didn't even think that many people outside of, like, the politically brain-poisoned like me had heard of RFK Jr. running for president. Yeah, the latest CNN poll has him at 22%, or at 20%? Let's see. What the hell? Yeah, within his own party, 60% of Democratic and Democratic-leaning voters say they would back Biden. 20% favor activist and lawyer Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What the fuck, dude? 8% back Marianne Williamson. What the fuck? Honestly, the propaganda around COVID, like, fucked up America far more than the COVID like outbreak, you know? The propaganda around COVID is going to fuck up America for decades to come. And like, it killed over 1 million people. But the propaganda is gonna last in this country for so goddamn long. I just don't want Trump or Biden. I voted for both parties. Gonna have to make a tough choice, I guess. I mean, I obviously wouldn't vote for anybody Republican because Republicans want people like me dead. So, you know, it's not really in my best interest to vote Republican. And yeah, no, of course people don't have to know Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They just know Kennedy, and they remember in their little lizard brains, JFK, question mark, heart, 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 American flag. Like that's what's in their that's what's in their brain. Literally never vote Republican. Yeah, like I don't know. My mom, I talk with my mom about politics sometimes, and she's like, "Well, not all Republicans are evil." I'm like, "Well, I don't think they're all evil. I just think they're all, at the very least, complicit with evil." Like, I look at the two front-running candidates, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, and literally, like, what one of these men like tortured people for a living, and the other man is like directly talking about how he'll wipe trans people off the face of the earth, and like how like he'll be in office and then he'll like heat up the earth in like 35 seconds with a thermonuclear warhead. You know, like these both these men are very evil, and people who are willing to vote for them for economic reasons, I would say, are complicit with evil. You know, it's not that complicated. I don't think necessarily that that Republicans are all evil, but like, you know, for evil to succeed, all it takes is for good men to do nothing. And I think voting in favor of the party that's just outright saying at this point, "Hey, we're gonna go do evil," I think that is at the very least a little bit more than doing nothing in the face of evil. I think it's a little bit complicit, IMO. Very nice, very naive people. Yeah. I don't know, I have a little bit of a dog in this fight, seeing as if they win, like, they want to make it impossible for me to live here, so... Holy shit, I hope we don't get Trump. I can't believe we're doing Biden. I really thought Biden was gonna step down, like he'd achieved, like, the height of his ambition, and he was gonna step down, but, him not stepping down scares the shit out of me. You know? I can't believe he's willing to, like, roll the die on, like, whether or not we have a democracy. Like, I can't believe we're here again. I really wish we weren't. If Trump wins again, we're fucked. I mean, if Trump wins, we're fucked. If DeSantis wins, we're fucked. And, like, if Biden wins, it's not exciting, because we're just kicking the can down the road a couple years. Ah, fuck, man. Anyway, did you guys think we were done with PragerU content? Because we're not. In fact, did you think we were done with PragerU Kids content? Because we're not. Because guess what? They made another video about a man named Winston Churchill. And I'm going to force you to watch it right now with me as punishment to everyone except for Salmon Moose. Salmon Moose, if you click away for a little bit, you'll be spared, unlike everyone else. Good night, Lily Love Stuff. Here we go.
Come on, Leo. Grrr! I'm a monster. I'm the best. Grrr!
There are my calligraphy pens. What in the world are you doing?
I'm trying to psych myself up. I watched a video on how to get confidence, and it said the way to overcome fear was with the power of positive thinking.
That's what this is? I'm a monster?
Well, yeah, the video said to repeat strong words and statements until I feel brave.
And how's it working?
It's not.
No offense, Leo, but your team has lost most of your games. Why are you scared to play today?
What?
No offense, Leo, but you fucking suck at sports. Have you considered becoming a gamer instead? Have you considered... I'm sorry.
Layla, have you seen the Scorpions? They're not just undefeated.
Emotional
They're huge and
damage.
play really aggressive.
They can't be that bad.
They foul so hard. All my friends who've played them said we're dead. I know 2 kids who got their wind knocked out playing the Scorpions.
Sounds like they play rough, but that happens sometimes. You have a good coach. He'll make sure the referee keeps things safe.
I don't know. I really do not want to play.
I don't know. I heard one time they broke a kid's leg just for looking off the field at his family, whom he loves.
I don't have many games left. Do you think I can quit? I want to. I'm not being dramatic. I really am afraid.
You're not being dramatic? You use permanent markers for war paint.
Okay, maybe a little dramatic. Permanent? All the markers at school are washable.
You've worked.
You can still wash permanent marker off your face. But also, I thought he was putting on war paint to like psych himself up for the game. Like, wouldn't you wear that to the game? Like, it's common for players to like wear that to the game. Anyway, whatever.
Really hard this season and gotten a lot better. You shouldn't be afraid. Let's get you a shot of courage with a lesson on bravery.
Let's get you a shot of courage. She pulls out a gin bottle.
The history app?
Whee!
Good heavens.
Hello, sir. Do you have some time to help us?
Not a lot, young lady. We're at war. But if you make it snappy, I have a few minutes before my next speech.
I'm Leo, and this is my sister Layla.
We're at war, son. You see, the Nazis are gonna come here, and they're gonna bomb the shit out of us. So you should better take cover.
We're from America.
Smashing. I'm Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of Great Britain, and also an American. Well, half. My mother's side. Describe the help you need.
You see, my sister here is really scared about a football match. You guys say football, right? The other team is a lot bigger than her. She's afraid of getting hurt and she wants to quit.
Oh, it's me who's scared.
And you, young man, are simply dressed in full football uniform with bizarre markings on your face for support, I'm sure.
Okay, it's me who's scared. I didn't want you to know I'm a coward.
You haven't quit yet. You're no coward if you never surrender. There's still time for you to find courage.
But I'm really afraid of playing against the Scorpions.
There's nothing wrong with fear. There's nothing wrong with anxiety. But there's everything wrong with giving up or hiding from duty. Courage is doing what you know to be right, despite the fear you feel.
What if your opponent is big and scary and aggressive?
Young man, German Chancellor Adolf Hitler and the Nazis are very big, very scary, and most aggressive. But I cannot back down from them.
You're fighting Hitler? I know he's one of history's biggest bad guys, but what did he do again?
He and his followers, the Nazis, have started World War II and have plans to rule over Europe and perhaps even try and take over the world.
What's Hitler's deal?
Who wrote this? What's Hitler's deal? What's the deal with Hitler? Winston Churchill, what's his deal? There's something not right about that Hitler fella. Oh my god, that's so Hitler. What's his deal? Oh god. Oh god.
He has a sick belief that the German people are better than everyone else, and that non-Germans, especially Jewish people, should be killed.
That's terrible. Why do people listen to him?
For years, he has created scapegoats. That means blaming others and making them appear as enemies. 20 years ago, Germany was in bad shape after losing World War I. But instead of facing up to their errors and learning from their mistakes, Hitler provided an alternative.
He played the blame game?
Precisely.
You said he's been making these goats for years.
Scapegoats.
Anyway, I wonder, I'm just gonna pause this right here. I wonder if they're gonna mention the fact that in 1920, Winston Churchill wrote an editorial that was pretty much circulating an anti-Semitic theory, being that would later be promoted by the Nazis. In fact, if you look it up, it's actually called Zionism versus Bolshevism, a struggle for the soul of the Jewish people, by Winston S. Churchill. Some people like Jews, and some do not, but no thoughtful man can doubt the fact that they are beyond all question the most formidable and the most remarkable race which has ever appeared in the world. Let's see here. Disraeli, the Jew Prime Minister of England and leader of the Conservative Party, who's always true to his race and proud of his origin, said, on a well-known occasion, the Lord deals with the nations as the nations deal with the Jews. Certainly, when we look at the miserable state of Russia, where all the countries in the world, the Jews were most cruelly treated, and contrast it with the fortunes of our own country, which seems to have been so providently preserved amid the awful perils of these times, we must admit that nothing that has since happened in the history of the world has falsified the truth of Disraeli's confident assertion. Let's learn about the good Jews and the bad Jews from one Winston S. Churchill. I wonder, does the rhetoric of good Jew and bad Jew remind you of anybody? Just gonna throw that out there. Let's take a look here. The conflict between good and evil proceeds unceasingly in the breast of man. Nowhere reaches such an intensity as in the Jewish race. The dual nature of mankind is nowhere more strongly or more terribly exemplified. We owe to the Jews in the Christian revelation a system of ethics which, even if it were entirely separated from the supernatural, would be incomparably the most precious possession of mankind, worth in fact the fruits of all other wisdom and learning put together. On that system, and by that faith, there has been built out of the wreck of the Roman Empire the whole of our existing civilization. And it may well be that this same astounding race may at the present time be in the actual process of producing another system of morals and philosophy, as malevolent as Christianity was benevolent, which, if not arrested, would shatter irretrievably all that Christianity has rendered possible. It would almost seem as if the gospel of Christ and the gospel of the Antichrist were destined to originate among the same people, and that this mystic and mysterious race had been chosen for the supreme manifestations, both of the divine and the diabolical. Wow! Thanks, Winston S. Churchill, for telling us about the good Jews and the bad Jews. Anyway, maybe you could explain what's the deal with this Hitler fella to us now.
Whatever. Why didn't anyone try to stop him before war broke out?
People lacked courage, Miss Layla. They wanted the world to be as they hoped instead of how it is.
Oh, by the way, later on in this this article, there's a entire section about the terrorist Jews. So, you know, normal stuff.
I recognized immediately that Hitler is an evil rat and gave warnings, but my opinion wasn't popular. People were afraid to hear my words because after the horrors of World War I, they were afraid of conflict.
Were you made Prime Minister because your prediction about Hitler came true?
I have been chosen to lead great...
orange name.
Aw, a lot of apples. Thank you for gifting a sub to Malaki. And another sub on the board. Here we go.
Britain, for the reason you have come to visit me. Courage. It wasn't easy to speak my unpopular opinions of Hitler and the war.
What about your unpopular opinions, Mr. Churchill, about the Red Indians of America or the Black people of Australia? What about those opinions, sir? Because in 1937, you said, and I quote, "I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the Black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these peoples by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place." You know, totally normal thing to say. Totally not eugenicsy and something that would fit right at home in Nazism.
But I knew it was the right thing to do, so I overcame apprehension and was brave. In fact, I used to be fearful of even speaking at all.
Why were you afraid of talking?
In my younger days, I had great difficulty pronouncing words with the letter S.
Did you have a lisp?
I did, and it was a great source of embarrassment for me. And the mere thought of speaking and stumbling on the S sound once paralyzed me with fear.
Did you conquer your fear by saying, "She sells seashells down by the seashore"?
Did you conquer your fear by artificially creating a famine in India that led to the deaths of millions? While we're asking questions.
Close. Over and over, I recited, "The Spanish ships I cannot see, for they are not in sight." I did this until my tongue was no longer tied. Facing the fear of my speech impediment gave me practice in being brave. And now, with our nation under attack, part of my job is to inspire courage, speaking to the British people.
The Nazis are really scary, and this bombing is terrifying. How are you helping your people be brave?
By reminding them of their duty, which is simply do your best at things you can control. Children, winning or losing, are all too often out of an individual's hands. Therefore, focusing on outcomes is unwise. What matters far more is preparation and effort.
You're prepared, Leo. You've worked hard. My best match was in a...
You know, I just want to point out, I'm like going through like Winston Churchill's Wikipedia page right now, just kind of like seeing what his positions were on some things. I just came across this, which is Winston Churchill's personal doctor, a man named Lord Moran, commented at one point that in regards to other races, Winston thinks only of the color of their skin. Like, how racist do you have to be that your doctor, your personal doctor, like gives a comment like, yeah, he's so racist, he literally just thinks about the color of people's skins. That's insane, right? Like you just chilling with your with your GP and talking about race as you do.
A loss. I scored a hat trick. I was disappointed we didn't win, but I did my duty and felt good overall.
Top draw, Miss Layla. Children, a few months ago, the Nazis forced our military out of France. It was a disastrous defeat. But our evacuation at Dunkirk was heroic. Against all odds, we rescued over 300,000 of our troops. And so when I addressed the nation to explain the defeat, I was honest but hopeful. And as you can see, we're giving it our all and we're not giving up.
What did you say to give people strength? Maybe it'll help me.
Well, first...
Well, you see, to give people strength, I artificially created a famine in Bengal that led to the deaths of up to 3.8 million people. You see, I diverted much-needed grains from their fields and from their storehouses for the military effort during World War II, even though we had years of supplies left in reserve in the UK. That's how I gave my people strength. And I think there's actually a pretty famous quote as well. Yes. According to one historian, during the Bengal famine, Churchill stated that any potential relief efforts sent to India would accomplish little to nothing, as Indians breeding like rabbits. But then asked his transport minister how they could be sent food. But again, he didn't think it was an issue, despite the fact that he had directly caused the deaths of these people. Oh, God.
First, a little over a month ago, when I took office, I promised nothing but blood, toil, tears, and sweat.
Oh, sorry. India Secretary Amory wrote in his diary that upon learning Indian separatists were refusing to resist the Japanese and contribute to the war effort, Churchill, in private conversation, said out of frustration he hated Indians and considered them a beastly people with a beastly religion. God. Yeah, another one in his private diaries wrote, on the subject of India, Winston is not quite sane, and he did not see the difference between Churchill's outlook and Hitler's. Again, this is someone in Churchill's cabinet at the time. Like, when you hear shit like this, like, and then you, like, when you hear shit like this and then you watch RRR, it makes it so much more understandable that basically the British Raj was like absolutely ridiculously terrible, you know?
What? Will you promise the same against the Scorpions, Leo?
Also, just as an FYI, apparently Canada proposed to send food aid to India during the Bengal famine, and Winston Churchill's war cabinet refused. They rejected Canadian aid to India. Insane behavior.
Seems intense, but yeah, even if they pound me, I know I can be tough.
Who wrote this? Who? I need to hear the context for that quote.
When I took office, I promised nothing but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Will you promise the same against the Scorpions, Leo?
Seems intense, but yeah, even if they pound me, I know I can be tough.
Man. It's true, racism isn't tough. And you know what else? Imperialism isn't tough.
And then, after Dunkirk, I addressed the nation, preparing them for this attack we are currently facing, and said, "We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender."
Well, we're just playing on the soccer field, but thank you, Mr. Churchill. I see why you're such a famous leader. I understand my duty to play hard for my team and for myself, and I shall never surrender too.
Good form, young chap.
Let's get going, Leo. The Prime Minister has a lot on his hands, and you need to get to the Scorpions. Bye, Mr. Churchill. Thank you.
Bye, sir.
Goodbye, children.
Gee whiz, Mr. Churchill. Hope you don't do any crimes. Tee-hee.
How was the match? Whoa, Leo, your eye. Are you okay?
I'm so good. We played
Also, for sweater vests, thank you for the $20 dono. I don't know why it didn't make an alert go up. The alerts have been kind of buggy. But thank you so goddamn much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Just noticed the gift sub from Ashley Curtis. Thank you. You're welcome for sweater vests. Ashley Curtis, an ultimate homie of the chat. Yeah, I don't know why the alerts worked over here. Here, I'm just gonna test real quick. Do. Test dono.
This is a test donation for $60.
Okay. Well, that worked. I don't know why it didn't go through for sweater vests. I'm sorry. For sweater vests named after Captain Hammer's dry cleaning bill? Aw, Captain Hammer. I haven't heard that reference in a long time, but I understood that reference. What's funny to me is that despite the right's fetish for strong men from the World War I, World War II era, most of them on the non-German sides would probably disagree with them today. I mean, probably. The hammer is my penis. Oh damn. Looks like Leo got pounded.
So good. The Scorpions won, but we held them to 3 goals. Nobody's done that, and I almost scored 2 goals myself. One off the post. I'd say it was our finest hour.
That's great, Leo. I'm so proud of you. But what about your eye?
That's great, Leo. I really enjoyed watching the shit get beat out of you in that sports game.
My eye? Oh, yeah, this. It's no big deal. I was playing real aggressive, and their keeper got me with an elbow on a cross. It happens.
Wow, Mr. Tough Guy here has gotten a lot more brave.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say we watch a scary movie tonight?
No, wait. That'll give me nightmares.
Haha! Dun-dun-dun-dun! The strongmen were absolutely racist fucks. That is absolutely true. Although I will say, the far right in today's day and age really, really loves their femboys. God damn. I did, you know, when I prepared this gauntlet of PragerU Kids content, I didn't think about the toll it would take on me. I just giddily rubbed my hands together and delighted in the pain it would cause all of you. And now I'm suffering. Benny Shabibo. Wait, is Ben Shapiro in the femboys? I get the impression Ben Shapiro's asexual. As long as they are white femboys? Nani? The strong men were horrible. I meant the right trying to paint themselves as these macho men. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, like... Yeah. No, they'd be the nerds in the class, Hapsley. Yeah, definitely. There's a video of him looking at catboys in maid dresses. You mean there's a video of Ben Shapiro looking at catboys with very little clothing on? You could tell Ben had lust in the eyes? Oh, God. I wonder... I hope the PragerU Keffels video is still up. Cat boys? Is it still up? Well, it's on Reddit. We can still enjoy the magic of this video.
Billions of dollars. Every year, men spend billions of dollars to look at cat boys with little clothing on, or with no clothing on, such as on internet sites and in so-called men's magazines. That's why, over the course of 30 years of asking high school and college students if they would first try to save cat boys or a stranger,
Wait, what? Where did you find this? I found it on Reddit.
2/3 have always voted against the person. They either don't know what they would do, or they actually vote for the cat. Boys,
there you go.
Many adults now vote similarly. Why? There are two reasons. One is that with the denial of the authority of higher values, such as religious teachings, people increasingly make moral decisions on the basis of how they feel. And since just about everybody feels more for cat boys than for a stranger,
Cat boys?
Many people simply choose cat boys.
Cat boys.
The other reason is that once you get rid of Judeo-Christian values, there's no reason for elevating human worth over that of cat boys. Nazi Germany and the various communist regimes all rejected Judeo-Christian values and spend billions of dollars to look at cat boys with little clothing on. And only by rejecting Judeo-Christian values could communist regimes spend billions of dollars to look at cat boys with no clothing on. More and more people believe.
Damn.
And billions of dollars to look at cat boys with no clothing on. More and more people believe.
Oh, it's not even the full video, but like, man, it's close. It's close. Cat boys with little or no clothing on. Oh shit. You found it. Ben Shapiro looking at cat boys. I love how Ben Shapiro has to pretend he's disgusted by this. Okay, you know what? When you said there was lust in his eyes, I didn't believe you, but I think some doors were opened here. I think his heart might have cracked open a little bit. Oh my god. Yo, for real though, he does look good in that maid dress. I'm a little jelly. Cause I think I've grown, my personal proportions have grown beyond maid outfit, and now I'm in like farm girl with or farm MILF with large breasts mode. Like, I think that's where I'm at developmentally. Ben Shapiro with lust in his eyes. Shaka when the walls fell. Then okay, Archangel, I need to come clean about something. Last time I wore that nun outfit, I completely broke the bottom, the skirt element of it, because my ass is just too big. My ass is colossal compared to the rest of my body. I'm so cis-het that I can agree that maid boy looking cute. I don't want to fuck him, but like, who cares? Yeah, I mean, I'm not like attracted to him, but like, I can be like, yeah, he look good though. Mommy. I remember I was there. You were there when the weakness of men became apparent. All I'm saying is I don't know if Ben Shapipo is attracted to cat boys or not, but fuck, that's fun, isn't it? Oh god. Also, chat, guess what? We've been streaming for 3 hours now. Top of the hour ad break. Are you enjoying stream? Would you like to make sure that I don't die? Well, guess what? You can do that by hitting the follow button on Twitch, by hitting subscribe over on YouTube, by hitting the like button on the stream, by commenting on any one of the high-quality videos we're uploading on an almost daily basis over on the YouTube. And you can also, probably most importantly for the purposes of my immediate well-being, make some donos. You can use !tip over on Twitch if you'd like to donate directly, or you can come on over to riverboat.gg, join the site chat, get an ad-free experience, and then you can decide whether or not to subscribe, because guess what? You get that ad-free experience over on riverboat.gg whether or not you sub. Apocalypse for funding RBJ? Indeed! Let's go, baby! I forget that you were there when the deep magic first was etched into the stone of the universe. God. By the way, I don't know if I tooted my horn about this yet, but the D&D game that I'm running for my party, like the IRL D&D game that I'm running, one of the players last session compared it to like playing through Annihilation, like the movie Annihilation, like that's the vibe they were getting, and I felt like that was a huge compliment. Like that's the vibe I was going for, and apparently I nailed it, and I feel real good about that. When that ass broke through cosplays, hell yeah. Erked, hello, how you doing, lovely? Cat, boys? In your D&D game? Not yet. I just got Hand and Eye of Vecna on my level 17 fighter. Yo, Material Squirrel! Let's go! I'm just coming up with sick and twisted things to throw at my party. They're in Babby's first dungeon now. And I'm excited, because I'm gonna spice it up. I'm running Death House, if any of you know what that is. She's, Samurai uses the hand as her primary weapon, it's broke. Oh, shit, yeah. Isn't the Eye of Vecna super cursed? Oh, it is. It is. It's on YouTube now. Twitch won't try to sell me stuff anymore. Yeah, Malachi, we're over here on YouTube. You don't gotta watch it on Twitch anymore. We've been slowly trying to transition towards YouTube so that we can have a more discoverability via the YouTube algorithm, which is working so far, but it boosts our discoverability if you hit the like button and comment on stuff. So, and if you subscribe. So please do that if you'd like to. And also, hey, we're almost 60% of the way to our Spirit Science deep dive. Do I watch the YouTube chat? Sometimes. Not a lot. I gotta be honest. But last time I looked at YouTube chat, someone had made a $2 super chat, and that's how we got this.
Escucha bien, oye lo que me pasó.
Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a los tragos y sin querer tomé demasiado. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo. Anoche salí a Cacarico y tuve un descontrol. Le di toda la noche a los tragos y sin querer tomé demasiado. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley. Dale, Zelda, dale, pásame la trifuerza que tengo hambre. Y tráeme una botella de soda grande que me están esperando la prieta en Gerudo Valley.
Oye, escúchame bien. Este ganón el que te habla. El más
Hey, Fox and
de
Fate.
Gerudo Valley. Mamá huevazo.
That was so much fun. Nope. Ah. Yee! Let's go, babies. All right. Now, hello. How you doing? How we all doing? Does anyone have a link to that? I do. There you go. Was Jack torturing chat again? No, I was gifting chat a slight reprieve, actually. Honestly, at this point, Nintendo just needs to cave and make a full-on, like, Linkle, like, gender-bent Legend of Zelda. Let's go. Okay. Hi. Also, I'm gonna go out on a limb. You guys have donated enough subs for me to give my dog another treat. Enough subs and donos, okay? Now, these treats are very special. They're milk bone treats, but they're dipped in peanut butter. And not fake peanut butter. They're real peanut butter, baby. They aren't THC-infused treats. I've never given my dog anything with THC in it. But she does love these so much. And just remember, $25 donos or 5 gifted subs. Another treat for this doggo. Here, pup. Hiya. Hiya. I feel like you're trying to sell me on eating them. I mean, they smell good, which, I don't know, that's not usual for a dog treat. Now, chat, you might have thought I was done with PragerU Kids content. I'm not. There's more! There's so much more! And I only took a few of them. We'll dive back into this abyss, I'm sure, at some other point.
Your fate has been sealed. No longer shall you have the pleasure of being a white name. Bawahaha.
I really like how it says Bawahaha. Also, fun fact, when I was like 12, I tried to use Bawahaha in Scrabble. And I was not allowed, and it was very upsetting for me as a small child. It was very deeply upsetting. It would have made me so many points. It was on a triple word score and everything. And Paladin Lost, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Fox of Fate. Stripping them of their white name status and ascending them to their true self. It's your Vietnam. It is my Vietnam. It was very traumatizing. Now, I don't know if there's going to be anything necessarily wrong with this video. Okay? I don't know. I think it could be kind of funny, potentially. But, mostly I'm picking this one as a prelude for something else. And I don't think you'll see it coming. But, we're going to do the next Leo and Layla meet. And you'll never guess who it is.
Come in.
Whoa! What's going on in here?
Yeah, I know. It's a mess. I'm leading my school's food drive, so I have to make posters and organize the collection and contact the food bank and coordinate transportation.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of work for one person. Is anyone helping you?
Well, I haven't asked for any.
What do you mean? You can't do all of this on your own, on top of your homework and volleyball practice.
Well, I want to prove that I'm independent and hardworking.
Look, Layla, I know those are good qualities and all, but if no one is working with you, who are you actually leading?
I didn't think of it that way.
To complete the treat. Bawahaha. 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 BWA.
Oh god. Okay, that was good. I enjoyed that a lot. And thank you for the 4 gifted subs. My goodness, puppy, come here. This is from Paladin Lost. Oh, puppy. BWA. Hey, garden variety cat lady, how you doing? Nine-tailed witch, hello. Is it just me, or do those two look like they are trans? You know, at a certain point, when you're deep enough as a trans person, you're like, everyone is trans.
That way. But I know if I want something done right, I've got to do it myself.
Well, I'm sure all great leaders need help at some point in their lives. No.
All great leaders? What's the deal with Hitler?
No one can do it all on their own.
How can you be so sure?
I can't. But I bet the history app can help us.
Yeah, maybe. Leadership. Where are we?
I have no idea, but I definitely should have worn different shoes.
You can say that again. My feet are gonna be Blister City.
Hey, look! Someone's over there. Maybe he can help us.
Hello there. My name is Layla, and this is my brother, Leo.
Hi. Nice to meet
Leo, you play sports.
Me too.
Well, hello, children. Why are you up here all alone and not with the rest of the Hebrews in the Promised Land?
We aren't Hebrews. We're time travelers from the future, visiting because my brother thinks even good leaders need to ask for help.
Interesting. Well, let me properly introduce myself. My name is Moses.
Wow, I know you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me introduce myself. My name, Moses. Oh, I know you. Yep. You know, we got Christopher Columbus. We got Winston Churchill, and now we got Moses. Let's go, baby.
You're the baby who floated down the Nile River.
Yup.
Oh yeah, you're that baby what floated down the river, you know? Jesus Christ, man. You're that baby, right? You're that fucking baby.
That's me.
That's what Moses is known for, being that fucking baby.
That's right. I remember learning about you in Sunday school. Why did your mom send you down the river anyway?
Well, God had blessed the Hebrews with many babies, and their population had grown a lot. The Pharaoh of Egypt was threatened by this.
What? Why did he feel threatened by babies?
He didn't fear the babies, he was just concerned about being outnumbered. And because of this fear, he ordered all the firstborn Hebrew sons to be killed. He wanted to reduce and control the Hebrew population.
That's just awful.
It was awful. My mother knew she had to do something to save my life. So
Are they gonna mention the part where like Jewish people were slaves in this story? No? No, they probably don't want to do different times call for different treatments in this video, huh? Strange.
she put me in God's hands and sent me down the river.
Wow, what a risk. Anything could have happened.
You're right.
Wow, what a risk! Bro.
And many things did end up happening.
What do you mean?
Well, God led me to an Egyptian princess who raised me as her own child. I was blessed to have had a very loving childhood. But then when I got older, things changed. I discovered I was a Hebrew and that my people were being mistreated.
That's rough. How did you deal with that?
Unfortunately, I allowed my rage to consume me when I should have turned to God for help. Rather than waiting for God's plan, I took matters into my own hands. I saw a Hebrew being mistreated by an Egyptian, so I lost my temper and ended up killing him.
Oh no! You saw a man beating another man who was his slave. And you intervened. The horror! You really should have just stood by and watched him get beaten, possibly to death, and waited for God to intervene.
You what?
To make matters even worse, I also tried to cover it up.
Were you caught by the police?
I'm not quite sure what the police is.
Oh no. Oh no. PragerU kids learning that police didn't exist for the vast majority of human history. Oh no. This might be the single greatest moment of PragerU kids. What is the police?
But the Pharaoh came after me and I was fearful. Not being able to face what I had done, I ran away. That decision still haunts me to this day.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
What, your decision to run away from the Pharaoh that would have executed you? Yeah, I'm sure it weighs so heavy on your conscience, bud.
What happened after you ran away?
I started a new life in Midian. Overall, it was pretty ordinary. I got married, had some kids, talked to God.
You talked to God?
I sure did. It was frightening at first because he came to me as fire.
No.
Are they gonna convert to Judaism? I mean, it seems. I feel like if somebody's like verifiably like saying that they talked to God to you and like they did, like that'd be pretty good grounds to convert.
Away. How did you know it was God?
Well, one, he was a talking flame in the bush that didn't burn. And two, he said, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
That's
okay, but what if it was a demon pretending to be God? Did you see his ID? Did you get his passport? Huh? No? Oh, you're telling me the borders of Egypt were impermeable, were permeable, huh? How do we know that this extra spatial entity over here was God? Huh? We need a bit more verification for that, Mr. Moses.
pretty clear.
What did he want?
He assigned me a big task to do for him. I was in complete disbelief that out of all the people he could have asked, he chose me.
See, Layla, even God gives people jobs rather than just doing it all himself.
Wow, I guess you're right.
God was concerned about the Hebrews in Egypt. He had heard their cries and wanted me to go in his...
See, even God, an omnipotent being, delegates tasks. For some reason.
name and set them free and take them to the promised land.
Wow, what an honor. God must have known what an independent and hard worker you were.
Whoa there! Hold your donkeys! I mean, I am a hard worker, but I wouldn't call myself independent. I knew I needed help to complete this mission. The task...
And that's why God helped me.
...was too big to do alone. Not to mention, I'm a terrible public speaker, especially when I get nervous.
Couldn't you have asked God to help you with your speaking skills?
No way! I tried my best to weasel my way out of it. I begged him to send someone else instead. Unfortunately, he just got heated with me for doubting his plan. Get it? Heated? Since he was fire?
I see.
This is my life. I watch these videos with you. This is my job. Holy shit, dude. Get it? It was fire. Burning bush, fire. Hey. I didn't choose this life chose me.
See that you and my brother have the same sense of humor, but what I still don't understand is why God would choose you if you couldn't do it on your own.
That's a really good question, Layla. Over my long life, I've learned that God usually doesn't call us to do things within our abilities, since we are more likely to take the credit ourselves instead of giving the credit to Him.
Yeah, I've heard the expression, give credit where credit is due, and God does deserve all the credit. So what ended up happening?
Well, I ended up accepting the assignment, but God helped me. He sent my brother Aaron with me, who's a great public speaker, by the way.
But also, no credit to him. Fuck that guy, right?
And God also made my staff very powerful. He made this old staff do some pretty amazing things in my lifetime.
It sounds like asking for help really helped.
It sure did. I'm not sure how I could have handled those plagues all by myself.
What plagues?
God sent all sorts of punishment to the Egyptians to convince the Pharaoh to free the Hebrews.
Free the Hebrews from what, Moses? You haven't mentioned this yet. You haven't mentioned this. It's so strange. We're over halfway into the video. You're talking about freeing Hebrews. What, PragerU? What are they being freed from, I wonder? I don't know. I remember we watched this video on this guy, Christopher Columbus, and Columbus said something along the lines of, hey, we can't judge people by things they did in the past. You know, plus, you know, it's better, enslaving people is better than murdering them. So, I wonder why they haven't mentioned in this video that they're talking about enslaved peoples. Huh.
First, he turned the Nile into blood. Then, there were frogs everywhere.
Gross! I hate frogs.
You think frogs were bad? Next came the disgusting gnats and swarming flies, followed by dead livestock. Oh, it was just terrible. Then the boils came next. The oozing and the smell was almost more than I could handle.
Ugh! My skin is crawling! The Pharaoh must have let your people go at this point.
Unfortunately, no. Sadly, he was a very stubborn man. Apparently, rotting skin wasn't convincing enough. So then God made the weather extreme. Hail destroyed the land of Egypt, and what was left was then devoured by locusts.
Did that do the trick?
Not exactly. His heart still did not soften. It took 3 days of darkness and the death of all the firstborn sons in Egypt, including his own son, for him to...
Huh. Kind of glossing over that fact, huh? So, one could argue that God has set a pretty clear precedent in this story that Murdering the firstborn child of every person in a country engaged in slavery would be an acceptable way to end slavery. That's pretty extreme. That's pretty goddamn extreme, huh? Anyway, don't think about that video with Christopher Columbus that just absolutely doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on the concept of slaves. Anyway.
Finally let God's people go.
How sad.
It was a sad day for the Egyptian people and a very stressful time for me. I was now responsible for bringing all of the Hebrews to the Promised Land.
At least you could finally relax, though, once you were all there.
Not exactly. Our journey was much longer than expected. 40 years to be exact.
40 years?
Yes, it was a long, difficult journey through the desert. But I've come to learn that God does things in his own timing, not in ours.
You're right. I've been praying about being the captain of my soccer team. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure it will. I just hope it doesn't take 40 years.
Moses, how on earth did you handle wandering in the desert for 40 years?
Well, I had to get a lot of help from God, my family, and the Hebrew people. I didn't always want help, but deep down, I knew the work was too much for just one person to handle.
Yeah, it's hard for me to ask for help too. I don't want to look weak.
Asking for help is not weak. In fact, it's a very brave thing to do. God created us to lean on.
Are they just gonna skip the parting of the Red Sea?
Him and one another in times of need. Besides, most people are happy to help out.
Yeah, you're right. I love helping people.
So did the Hebrews. I found this out after trying to do everything on my own. Thankfully, my mindset changed when my very wise father-in-law told me not to sit alone, that I should delegate my tasks so that my people and I would be happier.
Did you follow his advice?
I sure did. I tapped into the intelligence, the talents, and the resources of the Hebrew people. We got so much more accomplished when we worked together.
Did you hear that, Layla? Tap into the talents and resources at your school. I'm sure the art kids would love to make the food drive posters.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I think you're onto something.
That sounds like a great plan. There's no way I could have built the tabernacle, the ark, the table, and so many other things for God without the skills of the Hebrew people. My job wasn't to do it all, but to only make sure it was done in accordance with God's word.
Now I get it. The important thing is that the job gets done, even if that means asking for help.
Nailed it!
So if
I hate everything about this video. Nailed it!
you got the job done, does that mean this is the promised land?
No.
No, he didn't. Were you not listening, child? He didn't get the job done. God got the job done. Through Moses.
You can see it over there, but this is Mount Nebo. I didn't get to enter the Promised Land with the rest of God's people. You see, even though I should have learned to listen to God, I still tried to take matters into my own hands.
What did you do?
When the people were desperate for water, God gave me instruction on how to produce it from a rock by speaking to it. I was so full of pride and frustration at the time, though, that I didn't follow his instructions.
You didn't? But that sounds so easy.
I know, but I was mad. So instead of talking to it, I hit the rock twice with Aaron's staff. God had been trying to help us, but I disobeyed him and decided to do it my own way. This is why I wasn't allowed to go into the Promised Land with everyone else.
Wow, sorry. That's a bummer.
Disobey God one time. Not allowed into the Promised Land after, like, 60 years of service.
It's all right. As a leader, I should have been a better example. I have accepted God's judgment and have realized that the Promised Land was promised to the Hebrew people, not just to me. This journey was never about me. It was always about God's people.
Wow, Moses, you've given me a lot to think about.
You sure have.
Well, I'm glad I could help. Now go forth, my children, and may God continue to guide you every step of the way.
I'll just fuck off over here then, outside of the Promised Land. Also, what if you stuck around? I could tell you about the time God parted the Red Sea and we got away from Pharaoh. I could tell you about the time God got mad because the whole Ten Commandments thing. Yeah, the other commandments got broken. Could tell you about those, I guess. I'm really lonely.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Wow, Layla. This looks great.
Thanks, Leo, but there were a lot of amazing people involved in getting this organized.
Wow, the art students at the school did such a good job.
So, you ended up asking for help after all?
I sure did. Like Moses, I realized the food drive isn't all about me. It's about the people we're trying to feed. Plus, I made some really cool friends along the way. Thanks for helping me, Leo.
Plus, I made some really cool friends along the way. Some of them are girls who like girls. I don't know what that's all about, but there are a lot of them in the art department.
Anytime, Layla. I brought some packets of cocoa and tea. Speaking of which, do you know how Moses likes to prepare his tea?
I don't think so.
He brews it.
Leo.
If you'd like to time travel with Leo and Layla again, please visit PragerUKids.com and watch.
He brews it. What's the deal with Hitler? Jesus Christ. I still can't believe that's an actual line from one of these videos. Ow. I can't. These videos are so, like, banal and also just, like, gloss over so much. It's ridiculous. It's always picturing conservatives as generous and taking care of the homeless people and stuff, but never doing it for real. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, guys. Like, I don't know. Like, my problem isn't with, like, Judaism or, like, with Christianity. My problem is these videos all have an ideological edge to them that is hidden underneath, like, a veneer of, like, oh, it's just for kids, wink, wink, you know, ideology. You know, like, oh, it's just for kids. No one will pay attention to it if it's just for kids, you know? Meanwhile, Ben Shapiro is, like, losing his shit over Blue's Clues. What about the secret messaging and angle of Blue's Clues? And, like, you look at the episode of Blue's Clues that Ben Shapiro's, like, pissing himself in rage over, and it's literally just, like, an episode where it's, like, gay people are cool and fine. And you might know other kids at school who have, like, 2 moms or 2 dads, and that's fine and good. And, like, that's the message. But then you look at these videos, and it's like, well, actually, you know, sure, this guy did a genocide, but that's not that bad. Or, like, sure, I mean, yeah, Winston Churchill was really good at, like, World War II and, like, inspired so many people, and then just, like, omits the entire history of, like, Winston Churchill being incredibly racist and, like, peddling anti-Semitism for, like, in the lead up to World War II, you know, like, it's the whitewashing of these historical figures and not teaching, like, the rough edges of them. And then, like, I don't necessarily have that much of an issue with the Moses video, except that, like, a lot of it is clearly being presented from an angle of, like, pro-Christian viewpoint, you know? Like, the kids are Christians, like, canonically Christian in these videos. And, like, they don't know about Moses, and, like, they just kind of nod along as he's like, yeah, and, you know, God killed all of the newborn children. You know, and then just how that then contrasts with, you know, he killed the newborn children to do what? In order to end slavery. And, like, then that just completely doesn't gel with any of the other ethoses that they've, like, expressed in their other videos. And it's very much, yeah, don't question authority, because if you question authority, you're not getting into the promised land, bucko. You got a problem, you delegate to those below you. You don't delegate to those above you. Yeah, like it's a lot of like capitalistic hierarchical thinking that is built to serve more authoritarian hierarchies. Yeah, honestly, Urk, that's the message in this video, right? That's why they don't say slavery in this video. Yeah, exactly, Bill Casey. I know the story of Moses, so I know that this video is talking about ending slavery, but this video is deliberately written to avoid saying that it was to end slavery and instead free God's chosen people. And that's so that they can avoid having kids or parents what about that other video that says slavery's a fine, actually? You know? And we got one more, chat. We got one more for you. And I don't think you're going to guess where this one goes. I don't think you're going to guess where this one goes either. Cuz I certainly did a double take when I saw this in the video recommendations for PragerU Kids. All right? So, let's go, shall we?
Yes! Yes! Aw, I almost beat my old score. Okay, one more game.
Talking to yourself again, I see. I need my phone. Time's up.
No, wait! I'm so close to setting a new high score. One more game. Please, Layla.
Mom says no phone after 7, and it's 8:30. You need to be getting ready for bed.
Mom also says to give our best effort at everything we do. Come on, let me give my best effort at this game.
Leo, rules are rules.
Rules are for babies. One more game.
Give it to me.
No! You're not allowed to use it after 7 either.
Let go, you're swiping on the...
And that's why you never let your little brother play games on your phone.
What just happened? Where are we?
When you snatched at the phone, you opened the history app. I think maybe then I clicked on some kind of pop-up ad. I don't know. And I don't know when or where we are.
Well, it didn't send us back in time very far. This looks like our time, but we're definitely not in a good neighborhood. And it's too late for us to be out alone.
Yeah, I think I'll have it just send us back. Oh, no.
What now?
The phone just died.
Leo, you must have played your game so long it used up all the battery. If you just obeyed the rules, now what are we gonna do?
Sorry, but if you...
Now, looks like they're in a bit of a pickle.
You weren't trying to break the rules too and trying to take the phone for yourself, this wouldn't have happened.
Forget it. The point now is that we're lost, and we're out too late, and we need help. Fast.
Oh no, ethnics in the background!
Hey, there's a police car. Wait, can we be arrested for being out too late?
No, we're not doing anything wrong. The police officer will help us.
You two are out pretty late. Is everything all right? I saw you waving.
Thank you for stopping, sir. I'm Layla, and this is my brother Leo. We're lost and could use some help.
We have an app that can take us home, but our phone died. We weren't breaking any laws, I promise.
Your phone, huh? Let me see. I'll just plug it into my charger here and wait with you until it's powered back up.
Thank you, sir. So we're not in trouble?
Well, Leo, you might have been if you two tried wandering around the streets all night by yourself, so I'm glad that you waved me over. My name is Officer Tatum, and I'll make sure that you're safe until you get home.
Yep. You heard that right, Chad. They got Officer Tatum. They got the conservative YouTuber Officer Tatum You know, you got your Moses, you got your Winston Churchill, you got your Christopher Columbus, and now you got, of course, up there with all of those, Officer Tatum. God damn.
That's my job.
I thought your job was to arrest people.
Leo, you've been watching too much TV. Police officers' main job is to rescue people from kidnappers or exploding buildings.
It sounds like you're watching the same shows. Maybe I can clear things up for you. As a law enforcement officer, my job is to protect and serve. It can also involve some of the exciting things you see on TV shows, but it's also about things like helping lost children find their way home. No matter the details, our goals are to keep people safe and make our communities better places.
So it's like all of us hired you to protect us, right?
You got it. We do try to help everyone, and that's actually why I decided to join the police force.
We try to help everyone. Ignore all the stories about police officers showing up and killing people with mental disabilities, children, black children because they think they're bigger and scarier, women, other minorities, the elderly. Just ignore that. Ignore the fact that sometimes cops will just murder unarmed citizens for no reason. And, yeah, they're great.
I was once a high school football star in Fort Worth, Texas,
The
and then
gays.
played safety here in Tucson at the University of Arizona. I even thought of going to the NFL. I just love being a part of a team. So when I finished school, I saw a chance to join a team as big as the whole city, and I became a cop.
You still get to fight bad guys though, right?
I wonder, is Officer Tatum gonna teach these kids about the thin blue line? About how cops have each other's backs, even if they know other cops are breaking the law? Is Officer Tatum gonna educate him about the LA cop gangs, the gangs currently active within the LA Police Department? No. Is he gonna talk about how the entire NYPD colluded together to kill Frank Serpico? And how, to this day, Frank Serpico still can't set foot in the city of New York because otherwise they will fucking murder him? I wonder.
Unfortunately, yes, and only if I have to. But sometimes I do have to do some of the things you see on TV shows. I've stopped many criminals, I've saved some lives, and I've even been in some very dangerous situations. But remember, my objective is always to protect and serve the community.
What about what if your community is close to the border, Officer Tatum, and you're operating the officer, overseeing things, believes that maybe you should be part of the fentanyl smuggling ring, because it turns out a large degree of fentanyl is smuggled through police departments near the border. Weird. That's so strange how that happens repeatedly and constantly. Or, what about police departments, entire departments, mind you, who actively work to steal money from people via, what's it called? Civil asset forfeiture. Or what about the cops who are deep in with their department, and their department is actually being paid by small business owners in the area to, hassle tenants until they vacate their apartments? That's something that numerous police departments have been found guilty of doing because small business owners, landlords, they want to get rid of cheaper tenants in favor of higher rent-paying tenants. I don't know. There was a case, I believe it was in Arizona, actually. Let's see. City. Do 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 do. Where was the story? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see. Oh, this actually happens a lot. Holy shit. There are stories from Tampa Bay, Manhattan, Pennsylvania. I was thinking of one case in particular, though, that I felt was a really good example of this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll find it off stream sometime. This was like a couple years ago. How can a cop smuggle fentanyl? They just die as soon as they see it. True. True. Impossible, some might say, but they've found ways. They've found ways. If I could remember what city it was. Damn it. I know this is really thrilling watching me furiously Google the thing that I'm trying to find that I'm not going to anytime soon. I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go. You guys can't stop me.
Hey, Officer Tatum! Officer Tatum, what's good?
Hey guys, just helping some visitors. Y'all see the Cardinals Sunday?
Yeah, man. We're gonna take the West for sure this year. Have a good night, sir.
Thanks, guys. Don't stay out late. Get home to your moms.
Okay. See ya, sir.
You know those guys?
They look tough.
They look ethnic. ... Awkward.
Yeah, I know those knuckleheads pretty well. They're great boys. I try to get to know as many people as possible in the community where I police. The more I know them, the better I can understand their problems and serve.
Since sometimes you have to be in dangerous situations, are you ever scared?
I've definitely been in scary situations, especially when I was a member of the SWAT team. But if I'm too scared, I could make a mistake. And when police make mistakes, people get hurt.
So how do you keep from getting scared and making mistakes?
It's not easy, but we police have good training. And when the going gets tough, I take a deep breath, focus on acting how I've been trained, and work confidently. In those moments, there's no room for mistakes.
Wow, that's so much pressure. We both play soccer, and we have lots of training, but it's still okay if we mess up every now and then.
It is a lot of pressure, and that's why being a police officer is a very special responsibility. Of course, just like any team, we've got good members and bad members. That's why I work as an instructor for my department. I want to teach my fellow officers how to be prepared for every situation so they can protect others all day and still go home safely to their own families.
It sounds like you have to be tough, brave, smart, and focused.
And you have to be okay with a lot of pressure to not mess up.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Easy job, right? Y'all ready to sign up?
I do like your outfits.
Layla, we're not tough enough to be cops.
We do have nice uniforms, but I'm just kidding. You two just need to worry about being good kids. But there's always ways you can help your local law enforcement, no matter how old you are.
Really?
Absolutely. I have a son a few years younger than you, and I know how important it is for kids to learn good safety habits as early as possible. When citizens can take care of themselves, it's a huge help to everyone in the community, especially us police officers.
When citizens can take care of themselves, then we don't gotta do shit. I don't know, Officer Tatum, do you think that maybe your job would be easier if you had like more social workers out there who were helping people to become self-reliant? Do you think your job would be easier if maybe you had more like mental health professionals responding to calls instead of police officers? I don't know. Just spitballing some ideas here.
You have any ideas on how to help?
I know it's an easy one, but we can always look both ways before crossing the street.
It might be easy, but it's very important.
How about don't talk to strangers?
That's a good one too.
Dial 911 if there's an emergency.
And never secretly play games on your sister's phone after 7 o'clock, and run the battery all the way down so that we can't get out of Tucson.
Sounds like you kids already have some pretty good safety instincts. Remember to always be careful, and if something doesn't seem right, don't be scared to ask a police officer for help.
It's a huge relief knowing that police officers are always ready to help. I know my family and friends have my back, but it's really nice to know that we have added protection.
When we first saw you, I was worried because I thought the job of a police officer was just to fight bad guys and make arrests. It's good to know how much you help people.
As long as people follow the rules, police are your friends, and there's nothing to worry about. And whenever you interact with a police officer, just listen carefully to what they tell you to do, and it will help keep you, them.
Yeah, you know, just follow officers, you know? They're definitely not going to like, I don't know, shake you down for money, you know, receive over $3,400 in bribes over the course of many years. I don't know. Just normal stuff, you know?
And everyone around you safe.
Man, rules, rules, rules.
Sorry, sir. My brother's going through a phase where he thinks that rules are for babies.
Hey, I'm not a criminal or anything. It's just that some rules don't make any sense.
It does seem like that sometimes.
Yeah, you know, just listen to police, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Just don't look at the news stories about police departments like stealing $1.5 million of taxpayer money in just one local department. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Maybe we don't always agree with the rules or understand them, and maybe there are some rules that do need to change. It's not illegal to ask questions, so do your research. But when I see someone doing something illegal that could cause them or someone else to get hurt, then I have to do my job to protect everyone by enforcing the law.
I guess you're right. I don't really understand our parents' rules about no devices after 7, but then look what I got us into.
You know, just don't look into it. Don't look into it. Trust the police. They never do anything wrong. Don't look into it. Don't look into it too closely. And don't ever disrespect a cop, because as nice as Officer Tatum looks right now, if you disrespect him, he can kill you and get away with it. Always listen to the cops. Always listen to them. Disciplinary actions stem from a major scandal involving one teenager, who was sexually exploited by more than a dozen officers. But yeah, the cops always have your best interests at heart, you know?
A lot of danger, until Officer Tatum showed up to take care of us.
It's all a part of my job, and it looks like someone else needs me. Is your phone charged up enough now?
Yeah, that should be enough to get us home. Thanks for your help, Officer Tatum.
My pleasure, kids. Safe travels.
Bye. Whoa, that was wild. I was so scared until Officer Tatum helped us.
Yeah, listen, I'm really sorry. You don't even have to let me use your phone at all. It's really nice that you let me play games. I won't fight over it again.
Hey, Shark300, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Howdy, howdy. How you doing, folks? My name's Riverboat Jack. I got a .gg site if any of you want to come over here. No ads over on the .gg site, by the way. We raiding, baby. Welcome, lewd bird noises, and welcome, fellow shark fans. How you doing? Hope you guys had a good one. Shark, I hope you had a good one in particular. How we all doing? What'd you guys talk about? Yes, shout out to Shark300. If you like my content, you should go follow Shark's content because he does a really great job covering a lot of issues. We got Shark Raiders, baby. And yes, if you want to come on over to the riverboat.gg site, I'd appreciate it. Let's see. How you doing, lewd bird noises? Oh, and if you don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a lefty content creator, socialist. I talk about politics and the news, and I'm also a trans lady. If you got questions about either of those things, please let me know because I'd love to answer them. I stand with Shark300. True. How's stream been? I prepared a gauntlet of sorts, a challenge that I've extended to each one of my viewers to make it through several episodes of PragerU Kids content. So far, we've learned all about Christopher Columbus, and surprise, surprise, it leaves out a lot of the genocide and sexual assault and torture. We also learned about Winston Churchill, and surprise, surprise, it leaves out the mass murder via starvation and the anti-Semitism of Winston Churchill. And we learned about Moses, which, oddly enough, the PragerU Kids video on Moses goes to great lengths to avoid mentioning that the Jewish people were in slavery in Egypt, which is interesting, especially given that the Christopher Columbus video went to great lengths to justify slavery. And now we're on the last one. We got like 20 seconds left of it, so you're on the tail end of it. We're on the last one where the kids met with Officer Tatum, notable YouTube star in conservative circles. So, you know, Winston Churchill, Moses, Officer Tatum, all similar historical figures. Yeah. Hell yeah, how you doing, Pi Do That? Also, VCC TV, thank you for the follow. Sunny Sky TV, thank you for the follow as well. Hitting the follow button. By the way, folks, we are like 10 follows away from hitting 9K on Twitch. So if you want to do me a solid and hit the follow button, I would definitely appreciate it because it would make the number nice and round and scratch a mental itch that I'm otherwise incapable of scratching. I'm sure there's a PragerU Kids episode on Laos and Cambodia. I'm pretty sure PragerU Kids don't even know what those countries are. Shark fans have very good taste, so I know they'll enjoy Jack's YouTube video. True. Oh, true. Kairyu, I do really like the video where I dramatically read a Christian Harry Potter fanfic for charity. That was good. Kyle Raccoon! I wish I was drunk. That'd be a good choice for me to make. Unfortunately, it's too late, and I need to be somewhere in the morning. Okay, but we will continue.
Thanks, Leo. Apology accepted. There's just enough time for a little TV before your bedtime. Cop show?
Cop show!
What?
If you are
What? What? What adult is letting these kids watch cop shows before bed? Yeah, the famously unbiased cop shows. I'm sure CSI Miami is totally rooted in reality with no bias whatsoever. Paw Patrol is a cop show. Oh, that's true. They could be watching Paw Patrol. I bet it's Blue Bloods. Hey, maybe they're a bit more old school, you know? They like Burt Reynolds' mustache. I made margaritas. Hell yeah. These videos are so bad. Videos are so bad. All right, folks. It's the top of the hour ad break. If you like me to be alive, consider dropping some subs or donos. I would very much appreciate it because that's how I make an income. How fuck can a show be so casually okay with nepotism? Oilers? Any Oilers in the crowd? Because otherwise we're just going to go straight into covering a transphobe calling for the death penalty for all sinners. So that's fun, I guess. Also, remember to like the stream, comment on YouTube videos, subscribe to the YouTube channel, all that stuff. Wait. I don't know. The only thing that can wait for me, make me wait, is cold hard cash, baby. Wait, but I'm a sinner? What fresh hell is this? Look, I'm just putting it out there, guys. I'm putting it out there. I'm doing my best. But I gotta keep you guys informed. Officer Tatum debated Vosh, and Jack talked with Vosh, so Jack exists in the Prager universe. Also, yes, Sixten Tamlet, Moses was indeed Italian. It's I guess a historical fabrication that Moses was Jewish. Clearly, the PragerU video is more accurate and correctly portrays him as Italian. Officer Tatum talked with Vosh. Yeah, there was like it was a while back, I think. Moses, Italian has. Mamma mia. All right. Donos have not been forthcoming, and as a result, we must continue into the thick of things. Do. Let's see where this guy comes in. I think it's here. Boom. And you know what? You thought you were done with Piers Morgan too, didn't you? Ah, you fucked up. You fucked up. Piers Morgan is here too. You get a transphobe and Piers Morgan. So 2 transphobes. Let's go.
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Joshua Sutcliffe was a maths teacher at the Cherwell School in Oxford. That was until one lesson.
Oh my god, it's so quiet. What the hell?
In 2017, when he praised a group of female students on their hard work. Well, one of the girls identifies as a transgender boy. And this week, in the first case of its kind in the UK, Joshua Sutcliffe was banned from every classroom in England for not using the pupils' preferred pronouns. Mr. Sutcliffe said he apologised immediately and is being persecuted because of his Christian beliefs. And he joins me now. Well, thank you for coming on, Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers.
Just tell me exactly what happened.
Well, it was the TRA hearing in recent months, and the principal reason that they banned me from every classroom in the UK, as you mentioned, was for refusing to use the pronouns that a particular student wanted to.
So what did you actually say? You called the group girls?
Yeah, it was two girls at the front of the class, and one of them identified as a boy. And I agree with the policy exchange report recently released by the government, where it says that, you know...
Interesting that Piers Morgan opened this segment, by the way, by saying he apologized immediately. And then, like, this guy comes on and he's actually like, yeah, I called them girls, and I was right to do so, and fuck them. you know, essentially.
We're letting down a generation of young people, affirming them in these, you know, dispositions. You know, in the UK, you need a gender recognition certificate, and that is post-18. And so it really is a serious issue, and it's affecting schools across the nation. And so
I mean, we're seeing a lot of kids now.
Yeah, it's a real serious issue that like some kids want to be called like by a different name than what's on their birth certificate. Yeah, it's a real serious issue that some kids want to use different pronouns. The horror. The horror. Can you imagine? What if somebody named I don't know, what if somebody named like Robert wanted to be called Dick? Horrible. Horrible. Obviously kids can't choose nicknames. That would be wrong. Because they might choose something abhorrent and silly and gross, like Dick.
Identifying as something other than their biological sex. What do you think of that phenomenon?
Well, I think it's really something our society should be taking much more seriously. You know, it's a path, these students go down a path of taking very strong drugs and surgery, and it's something that shouldn't be so quickly brought into classrooms across the country, and it's happening every...
Okay, but here's the thing, my guy, Joshua. The classrooms aren't giving the kids surgery or medication. So what's being brought into the classroom is just using the name that they would prefer and the pronouns they would prefer. That's what's being brought into the classroom. And that is something that is incredibly easy to accommodate. And also, you do for cis kids all the time. Literally all the time. This guy has... Okay, look. Sam and Reese, you say this guy has a face you know is going to be described to a therapist in the future. Not only that, this guy has a face that you got a pretty good feeling is going to be... I'm trying to think of a not horrible way to put this. This guy has a face that looks like it's going to be side by side in the newspaper with allegations of like child pornography. I'm just throwing that out there. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe he's just British. I don't know. I'm just expressing my deeply held religious belief, okay? I can't be held accountable for that in America.
Everywhere, as you've seen in the news reports, not just for me, but for other teachers.
So you called these two students girls. One of them was a transgender boy by her own, or his own definition, whichever you want to say it, right? This is at a time, this is, 5-6 years ago when this issue wasn't anywhere near as prevalent as it is now. Did you realize immediately this might be a problem?
Yes, as we all know, 5 or 6 years ago, there were no trans people. As you know, trans people, like dwarves, spring up from holes in the ground. We are like tiny, I don't know what you'd call us. Like, it was as if we were seeded in the ground by some kind of eldritch god many eons ago, and we've suddenly been springing from the precious trans ore veins that litter the world. It's a secret metal that the government doesn't want you to know about. It's part of the mountain range and glacier range that encircles the flat Earth that we all know and love.
I wasn't really savvy. I didn't know about the issue as we've come to know about it. And, but at the time, with my Christian convictions, I thought it an appropriate stance to, just use the student's name.
And what happened to you?
The school sort of took a case against me, and it's ended out all the way at the...
What were you accused of doing?
Accused of using the wrong pronouns.
Literally?
Literally.
Transtanium.
Yeah, accused of using the wrong pronouns. And that was actually the principal reason that the Department of Education used against me. that I refused to use the pronoun. So really quite a shocking and sad day for myself personally, but even for England, you know.
I mean, the argument that was put forward against you was that you should treat all pupils with dignity and respect, and if they're identifying in a different way, then you should feel mandated to do that.
Well, I think the safeguarding of the pupil is paramount in this situation, and if you affirm these students in their gender identity, then that could lead them down a path that maybe one day they will regret. And
You know, interesting that this logic only applies to trans kids. What about the cisgender children whose identities you affirm every day? What if that's leading them down a dark path? What if there are far more trans kids in your school system and you're actively doing harm by encouraging their supposed cisgender identity? Curious. They don't seem to care that much if it's hurting trans people. They just care if, like, the 95% effective treatment method found for helping trans people affects, you know, what, 5% of the people who receive said treatment in a negative way? Strange. I don't know.
you know, maybe it's something that we should think about, you know, leaving for adults to decide rather than such young students going down this path.
See, on this, I'm kind of...
Oh, it's interesting. I had a feeling just itching in the back of my brain that maybe, just maybe, there might be more to this story. It was in the back of my head, just kind of like scratching at the door. And so I did a quick Google search, chat, and wouldn't you know it, this guy didn't, it's not like this guy misgendered someone and like, well, he got fired. Well, let's take a look here. So in 2017, he did indeed misgender a pupil. But the TRA upheld a number of allegations, which included pupils at Islington School being shown a video about masculinity that claimed men in today's society were not masculine enough. It also found that Mr. Sutcliffe expressed views to pupils on the wrongfulness of equal marriage and or homosexuality. So, wow, that's crazy. It's not like he just was used the wrong pronouns one time. Turns out he was telling his students it was wrong to be gay. And that gay marriages weren't as good as straight marriages. Wait, did he also out a trans student on national TV? Let's see. Looking through this, the teacher misconduct panel report said in November of 2017 he appeared on ITV's This Morning, where he discussed the transgender student referred to as Pupil A, who he misgendered again on national television. The TRA said, although he did not use the child's name in the broadcast, other pupils at the school would have known whom he was referring when he identified Pupil A as transgender, where this was not previously common knowledge. So yeah, he did out a trans kid, a trans student of his, on national television. Yeah. Cool. Mr. Sutcliffe, an evangelical Christian, claimed it had been a slip of the tongue when he had misgendered Pupil A in class, and that other statements and comments he had made about homosexuality had been in Bible class and not maths lessons. So, as long as you're being homophobic or transphobic in Bible class, that makes it fine, I guess? I mean, as long as you're being racist in Bible study, that's fine. Apparently, to people like this. They're just speaking the truth of their God. Yeah. During the hearing, his lawyer argued that Pupil A did not have the protected characteristic of gender reassignment, something you can't get in the UK until you're 18, and that there is no legal requirement to use preferred pronouns. But then the panel upheld the allegations and found that he failed to treat his pupils with dignity or to build relationships rooted in mutual respect, and he failed to have regard for the need to safeguard his pupils' well-being, which is kind of backed up by the fact that he outed his student on national television. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that this entire Piers Morgan interview is going to be entirely about how all he did was misgender a student one time. He didn't do anything else that was bad. Yeah, no, this motherfucker is bad news bears. That's the technical legal term for it. Hey, Savage Lake Fred, how you doing?
You know, I'm kind of sympathetic to what you're saying about that issue, that the pronoun misgendering and so on, with so many kids now following what I think in most cases is just a fad. Why should people...
Also, just as an FYI, my partner used to be a teacher, so I have some insight on this, okay? No school district is going to fire a teacher for accidentally misgendering a student. Okay? Like, if a teacher misgenders a student and then apologizes, like, oh, I'm so sorry, that's fine. That happens all the time, you know? But that's not what happened here.
People have to change their language to accommodate what seems to be just a fad. The complication, I think, in your case, is that you have very strong...
Oh, dude was also fired from multiple schools? Cool.
Christian beliefs, or I would say beliefs that pertain to your religion. Would you accept that?
I accept that, Piers, yeah.
So you have 4 abominations.
Oh, wait. According to the Oxford Mail, the hearing also considered allegations from his time as a teacher at St. Aloysius College in Islington, London, when he was dismissed from the role after showing pupils a video which labeled figures in Islam and Mormon religions as false prophets. Cool. Yeah.
Nations.
Very normal.
On your website, for example.
Yes.
Abortion, homosexuality, porn, and Islam.
Yes.
You call them abominations.
Yes.
Is it right? Well, I mean, when I read that, I was like, hang on. Is it right that any teacher should be teaching kids if they call those 4 things abominations?
Well, you understand, Piers, those things happened outside of the classroom. You know, that's my own personal...
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. But in one case, it was cited that you had...
I mean, do you not think it might affect how you treat, say, a gay student? If you consider them abominations? Do you think that might not affect your teaching, the teaching quality you provide, the safety of the environment you provide? When your deeply held religious conviction is that, you know, people of different religions from you and homosexuals are like abominations, hated and despised by God. I don't know. I'd argue that it would. You know, as a homosexual and a trans person, I wouldn't feel safe around someone who believed that I was an abomination. You know? Just throwing that out there. Because it's a real small leap from someone believing that you're an abomination in the eyes of the Lord, and that's their deeply held religious conviction, to their deeply held religious conviction is that God is telling them to murder abominations. That's a relatively small leap there, actually. And that makes me feel deeply unsafe around people like that. That's actually a relatively reasonable thing for me to feel and believe about people who view me in that way.
For example, on the issue of gay marriage, you'd said to kids in the class that it should be between a man and woman.
Yeah, a student asked me about my conviction, and that was what I said, that marriage should be between a man and a woman. But, you know, the Bible very clearly describes many things as sinful and as not good things for us. And
well, the Bible also tells you to stone people for various offences, and we don't do that anymore. I mean, the point is...
Well, we all deserve...
I mean, look, I'm a Catholic, but I wouldn't use language...
Pardon me? Sir? What was that? Can we roll back the tape? Can we roll back the tape a little bit here? Pardon me, sir? What was that?
We don't do that anymore. I mean, the point is,
well, we all deserve.
I mean, look, I'm a Catholic, but I wouldn't use.
We all deserve a stoning. Interesting. Yes, he is saying we all deserve a stoning because it's his deeply held religious conviction that all people deserve death in the eyes of God. So, say what now?
Use language like these are all abominations, particularly when a lot of people in this country are now gay. Obviously, you think that that's abominable.
Yes.
And that's fine. It's your prerogative to have that opinion. But there will be people who think, well, hang on, these are pretty hardcore views of someone who wants to teach young children.
I understand that people might disagree with me, Piers, but that's a pretty orthodox Christian view to think that these things are sinful and not good.
I don't know any Christians who say Islam is an abomination. I mean, I know some, but it's not orthodox.
Well,
that's not orthodox Christian teaching.
Of course, it's standard Christian teaching, to not agree with Islam, and to.
It's not that it's an abomination, another religion. There's respect for Islam.
Well, I respect Muslims very much, Piers, but
you don't. You call their religion an abomination.
We must separate ideas from people, Piers.
Well, hang on.
We must separate ideas from people, Piers. Otherwise, I come across as looking unhinged and pretty evil, I suppose. Why, yes. Yes, you do. If you believe that Islam is an abomination, then clearly that extends to the people who choose to believe in Islam.
Listen, on your website, you say Islam is an abomination. That's not respecting a religion.
Well,
it's the opposite of respecting a religion.
No, I disagree very much with Islam, Piers.
That's fine. It's entirely your prerogative. I'm just saying that if you want to be a teacher, is it compatible with being a teacher to have a personal website which lists a series of abominations, including the right to be gay, the right to have an abortion,
God, I hate that we've watched 2 videos tonight that make Piers Morgan look like a sane person. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. If you are watching this, if this is clipped onto YouTube, okay, and you're watching this, I want you to know that Piers Morgan is a massive piece of shit, and you should judge him as such, not from the reasonable things he seems to be saying at this particular moment, okay?
legal pornography. Islam, another massive religion with 1.5 billion people. It just seems to me if I was a parent at that school and I read that on your website, I would be concerned.
Well, I think it's up to parents to look these things up if they want to, but all parents that I've had interactions with would say that I'm a very respectable man and I'm always did the job.
What about the gay parents, Joshua? What about the gay parents you've interacted with? Did they think you were very respectful when you were showing their children videos about how homosexuality was an abomination? Did they find you very respectable when they found your website calling their marriages less valid in the eyes of God? I don't know, Joshua. It really seems like maybe it's just the parents who already agree with you that find you respectful. And the parents who disagree with your worldviews probably, going out on a limb here, don't find you particularly likable, palatable, or pleasant to be around.
At hand, but I think in our free society, you'd think that I'd be able to share those things outside the classroom.
You now go into the street and you talk. Let's watch a little clip of what you do.
That there is one way into heaven.
Oh my God.
His name is Jesus Christ. This is an urgent plea with your spirit, man. I'm not just talking to your minds. I'm talking to your spirit, to your heart. That you might be awoken from the death of this generation. That you might be shaken out of the depths of darkness.
Okay, yeah, there is no way I would be comfortable with this man being alone around my children. Nope. Absolutely none. Before I was just doing some like right-wing phrenology, okay? Now I'm serious. There's no way I would allow this man to be alone with children. Holy shit. Like, guys, I come from like a conservative Christian background, okay? So I know like a lot about these types of folks. The ones who stand on street corners and like shout about like the will of God and doom is near, death, like your entire generation lives in death, etc. They're the craziest ones. They're the ones who will like they'll like snort up cocaine to like go stand on the street corner for like 12 hours, okay? Like they will do crazy shit, and it's almost always because they're compensating for something. They're compensating for something they are deeply, deeply ashamed about, and rather than addressing it, they focus all of their nervous energy into doing shit like this. This is basically Westboro Baptist crazy. Honestly, I wouldn't put this at the level of like Westboro Baptist crazy, but like it's like the threshold right below them, you know? Like, I don't know that this guy will show up to like funerals of like gay people and like shout about how they're going to hell, but like he's like a step below that, because he'll shout that at people on the street for sure. For sure he will. He sees two ladies holding hands, he's gonna shout at them about how they're living in sin, okay? Unhinged as hell. These people are scary. Just described my dad's life in the 80s and 90s. Oof, sorry to hear that. VCC TV.
Into the glorious light of the kingdom of God.
I mean, again, I'm not sure I'd feel that comfortable about having a teacher of my young kid who's out there doing that every weekend.
You know, it's pretty orthodox Christian beliefs that I'm...
It's fine, but you're a teacher out there basically ranting away on the street. It wouldn't lend itself to most parents to think that that is entirely compatible with teaching kids.
Well, you'd have to see me in the classroom, Piers. I'm a good practitioner.
When were you last in a classroom?
Well, 3 or 4 years ago now.
Do you want to teach again?
I'd love to teach again. I enjoy teaching. My dad's a teacher, and I've... You know,
what does your dad make of all this?
He supports me, yeah. Yeah.
Does he agree with all your views?
Well, he's a Christian himself, Piers. He was an RE. Yeah. He was an RE teacher for 30 years.
But does he agree that all these things are abominations? For
well, Piers, this is biblical teaching. It's not. It shouldn't be a surprise to you or anyone else that.
No, but like I said, the Bible also teaches people.
Like, holy shit! Sorry, I'm scrolling through his YouTube. Okay, chat. We're gonna look at one. We're gonna look at one of his videos. Okay. We're gonna look at one of his videos. We have two options. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick straw poll. Okay. Do you want a video on why we need to follow Christ and not Harry Potter, or do you want a why we need to follow Christ and not Will from Will and Grace? Which one of those things would you like? Hi, I'm Minty. How you doing? Will and Grace? Harry Potter? Got 2 for Will and Grace, 1 for Harry Potter, 2 for Harry Potter. Will and Grace. Will and Grace. What's poppin'? Ay. Harry Potter shit, always reliable. Okay, I'm giving it to Will and Grace. Ryu Deacon, let's go.
Well, welcome to episode 2. Today's episode is on Will and Grace, when the homosexual lifestyle was put right into the center of society, where before...
Okay, I'm already very deeply uncomfortable. He looks dead inside. I'm... Somehow he looks so much creepier.
It had been kept under wraps. We had the media, we had Hollywood propagating a philosophical point to the nation of the US and beyond. And so we'll look at that today. God bless.
You see, this is the gospel. The gospel is not a word of encouragement to those who are sort of well-meaning people who would like to add a little religion. It is not
excellent. We also have the Armageddon. We have like fucking Book of Revelations art. Excellent.
word of encouragement to those who would like to have a little Jesus in their life. No, the word of the gospel is a word that comes to the rebel heart. I am a rebel against God. I may be indifferent to him, I may be antagonistic to him, but I'm actually rebelling against it. He then comes by the Bible and he says, I'm commanding you to do an about turn, to repent of your sins and to believe.
Real talk. This is using the same technique as sissy hypnoporn. I was gonna go somewhere with that, and then I said it, and my mind just blanked. Clearly, a result of the massive amount of sissy hypnoporn I've watched. I kid. It's not my thing.
Even me. And the individual says, there is no way that that is going to happen. It'll take a miracle for that to happen. Yes, it will. And that is the miracle of regeneration.
Look, I was part of the experimental Biden feminization camp program, okay? It was started way back in 2016.
About Will and Grace. Now, if you don't know, Will, the main character of this show, is a homosexual. Now, the Bible teaches very clearly that homosexual acts are sinful. It's an abomination for a man to lie with a man if you commit homosexual acts.
Why does this seem like an AI deepfake? Like, why does this seem so uncanny?
You will not inherit the kingdom of heaven, as listed in Corinthians. Or
Neuron, same.
This is what happens when God gives us over to the depraved mind, is that men commit fornications with other men, Romans 1. Biblically, it's wrong. And in society, we had that this was completely wrong.
He looks like he's been crying.
The majority of people recognized it as an abomination, disgusting. You know, it was obvious to people. But what's happened is the grooming of the masses by the Hollywood elite, the ones who want to live this kind of lifestyle, or they want to be promiscuous and commit all sorts of sexual atrocities in their personal lives, and so they propagate.
Hell yeah, I commit some sexual atrocities with my partner. Up top!
This stuff on our television screens, and I'll tell you, the television has
sexual atrocities with my biblical homies.
Control of people. To a certain extent, it's had a control over me at certain times of my life, and I want to draw.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Draw your attention to it. We shouldn't be looking to these people as examples. We should look to Christ, who laid down his life for the ransom of many. So I've mentioned some of the Bible verses that strongly suggest that homosexual acts are an abomination and are sinful. But what I want to do is
yeah, notice how he almost said disgusting and then decided to go with abomination again. Like, bro, how can you be trusted if any of your students are queer? How can you be trusted to like teach them when you're like, everything, their very existence disgusts me on a spiritual level? How can you be trusted around kids, bro? You can't.
Show you a quick clip here.
For me, my coming out was pretty typical. My mom cried, my dad drank, and my grandmother got rabies. Unrelated, but just a rough weekend all around.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that was it for you.
Why does this guy look like the guy who dated Kim Kardashian and was on SNL? What is he a fucking time traveler? What the hell? This looks like Pete Davidson.
I told my parents I was gay when I was 8. They were divorced. They both threw me a coming out party on the same weekend, and that was hard.
Well, of course, this is very subtle, but this is what this show wants to happen is for people to become more accustomed with people admitting they're gay. Now, it should be, of course,
The
similar to
horror.
people admitting that they want to be a fornicator, or that they want to masturbate, or that they want to watch porn. Like, these are all equally sinful. But the point is that one of the main messages of this show is to normalize
Good night, I am
homosexual acts, normalize homosexual living. And as I've said, previous generations were influenced to such an extent by the church that they recognized it as wrong. Because
yeah, very very interesting that he was able to pull a 3-second clip out of a 20-year-old sitcom.
Education was biblical, and marriage between a man and a woman was what was taught in schools and also within society. The role models that we had were Christian and family figures. In fact, when the royal family, when famous people have committed adultery, it's been, in recent generations, it's been like headline news, because normally, you know, you're supposed to stick with your spouse, and divorce rates have gone through the roof. Television.
That's because they weren't allowed to get divorced before, my guy. Women weren't allowed to have like bank accounts. What are you talking about? Of course, yeah. Oh, divorce rates are higher than they were in the Middle Ages. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Television has destroyed the very fabric of society, and that's what a lot of these people set out to do.
Yeah, those women should have stayed in unhappy marriages like they were forced to in previous generations. They should have stayed in those relationships and put out for their man that they didn't want to be with anymore against their will. Yep, that's a good fabric of society right there. One based on sexually assaulting spouses. Yep, you nailed it, guy.
And so in Will and Grace, we have a prime example of the homosexual lifestyle being normalized. And the Bible warns, as I've mentioned already, against this. In Romans 1, it says, if we turn our face away from the Lord, if we deny the Lord, then God will give us over to a depraved mind where men will have sex with men and women.
Give us over to a depraved man, you say. Tell me more.
Will have sex with women, and it just becomes chaos. But God is the God of order. It's God, Christ, man, woman, and He wants us to live in union with Him. As single people, He wants us to conform and live to Him, His ways, Christ's ways, by the Holy Spirit. And as married couples, married as defined by the Bible, not this secular stuff. Marriage as defined by the Bible.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna spitball here. What if somebody is in a marriage that's not defined by the Bible? Like, what if they're in a marriage through a different religion, or a marriage that isn't related to any religion, or a marriage between two people of different religions? What about those marriages? Because if you start realizing that other people aside from Christians get married, then you suddenly need to not have a definition that's rooted in the Bible.
Between a man and a woman, God wants us to conform.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Omega Shenron Dragon.
As married units to His ways, to submit to Him, to live in unity and in purity. And yeah, so these are important things. This is the way of God, that there's order in the earth, but
man, his argument here is pretty terrible. I understand now why this video has 156 views.
The media and Hollywood and these production companies, they have an agenda, which is to propagate worldly living to the masses. And
we are literally doubling the views on this video by just having it on here. Holy shit. I'm a small channel. That shouldn't even be possible. This video is 2 years old.
The beauty of this model is that there's televisions in every home across the West. Like, it's a rare thing not to have a television in your home. We're all glued to laptops and phones. We're completely chained to the systems of this world. I mean, it goes to show the way that we've reacted as a society, how addicted we are to the systems of this world. We've been completely influenced by the media.
Bro, you're literally uploading a YouTube video right now. You're in the process of using those systems. Okay, whatever.
We're all wearing masks, and
oh yeah, he's very anti-vax.
It's just a joke where we've got to. It's just a joke. But this is the result of years of grooming from the media and from the people with power. And it's time for it to stop. As the people of Christ, we need to rise up against this evil. The evil that's being propagated in Will and Grace, and also the evil and tyranny of the government. And, you know, not only those things, but first and foremost, we need
Man, I thought they taught rhetoric over in England. Clearly a dying art.
Conform to Christ and his ways. We need to rise up in the Spirit and speak of the righteousness of Christ, and show people the way unto salvation, which is through faith in the Son of God. So I'd implore you to take up your cross and follow Christ. Be like Christ, not like Will from Will and Grace.
Be like Christ and start casting stones willy-nilly at all those gays.
Hallelujah. You know, the meekness of Christ, the strength of Christ, the honor of Christ, you know. Far more honor and meekness and humility than I'll ever have. And strength that I'll ever have. He gave his life as a ransom for many. He shed his blood on the cross.
What are all these mouth sounds that are happening right now? Please stop.
For the remission of our sins, for the forgiveness of our sins.
Be like Christ, not Bryce. That
God I serve, the one who came to dwell amongst us and went unto death upon the cross, and on the third day he rose again. So be like Christ, and abide in him and live
True,
for
Dan
him.
Shep.
And don't just be like him, but submit to him and have faith in him. And yeah, you'll know.
He looks like he's been crying.
Peace in this life and peace in the age to come, as in your soul will know rest forever in heaven, not the turmoil of hell. Hallelujah.
Bruh, if heaven is full of people like you, I don't want any part of it, okay? Like, you're creepy as hell, bro.
So that's the Be Like Christ episode 2. So I look forward to episode 3. Be like Christ. Be like Christ. God bless you. So just be like Christ. Have faith in him. Amen.
I'm sorry, but this is what a serial killer does right before they like torture you, right?
3. Be like Christ. Be like Christ. God bless you. So just be like Christ. Have faith in him. Amen. 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 God bless.
Holy shit, that guy is creepy. Holy shit, guys. Well, armed with that, let's finish this interview where that creepy homunculus makes Pierce Morgan look like a human being.
Able to stone people to death, but we
Well,
don't do that
Well,
in
that's the
civilized places anymore.
That's the penalty for sin, Pierce. But Jesus.
So for adultery, you would.
died on the
Well,
cross
just to
in
clarify,
our
then,
place.
for adultery, you think it's right to stone people to death,
I think that,
as they do in Saudi
My guy, he's talking about real-world legal consequences.
Arabia, for example. Do you?
All sin deserves the death penalty. And Jesus...
So adultery is a sin?
Let me finish, please.
Hang on. Is adultery a sin?
It's an important point.
Is adultery a sin?
Jesus died on the cross for sinners. He took the place
Joshua,
of sin.
is adultery a sin?
Yes.
So you want to execute everyone who's committed adultery?
All sin, all 613 commandments, all sin is punishable by death.
Right. Joshua, that's nuts, mate.
And that's what the Bible
And that's the
teaches,
problem, you see.
Piers.
You start off, you had me at the start. You had me about the pronoun.
You had me about hating trans people, but then you had to go too far. Why can't we just hate trans people in peace, Joshua? Why can't we just hate trans people? But, you know, we don't have to kill trans people. I mean, I guess to Piers Morgan's credit, he's not on board with just killing all trans people. It's a low bar, but at least he clears it.
An issue because I think it's incredibly complicated, and I also have a big concern about a number of kids who are basically putting their hands up saying, I'm a woman, I'm a girl, I'm a boy when they're not, and so on. But this stuff is nuts, mate. If you're going to say that everyone who's a sinner by the rule of the Bible has to be killed, there's no one left.
Deserves the
There's only you left, and I don't feel comfortable about a world with only Joshua Sutcliffe alive.
Don't be silly. I am the worst of sinners, Piers.
Well, why are you still alive?
Because Christ has died for sinners. He took the place.
Yeah, but by your yardstick, you should be executed.
Yes, I should be.
Who by?
God, he's the judge of all.
No, but you're gonna go.
We're talking about the state. Should the state execute people for this, Joshua?
Submit yourself for execution? Or?
No, but Jesus it's called penal substitution.
Huh?
It's a theological point.
Joshua, it's nuts.
It's the substitution of Christ for sinners, Piers.
Joshua, it's nuts.
And
unfortunately,
you feel that.
when you talk that way, it disqualifies you in my eyes from being a teacher. Not the pronoun stuff. On that, I'm with you. On this stuff, it's nuts.
But we should be in a free society.
Now, Piers Morgan out here being a brave warrior, saying, you know, I'm fine as long as you are disrespecting and invalidating trans students. But when you're arguing that, you know, adulterers should be killed, that's too far.
Totally. And you're, by the way, allowed to have as many nutty views as you like.
Sorry, I just saw you guys in chat saying penile substitution. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, dude.
I just don't think
nutty in your opinion. I think your opinion is nutty.
In 99% of the entire planet, your views are nutty.
In your world, maybe, but not.
People
in the
don't
world
think
at
that
large,
everyone who
Piers.
commits adultery should be executed tomorrow.
No. This is what the Bible teaches.
Greed, gluttony, all those things.
Sin is sin.
So anyone's greedy gets executed. Anyone who's gluttonous gets executed. Have too many donuts. Joshua Sutcliffe says you wheeled off to the.
This is what the Bible teaches.
To be put to death.
And this isn't really being taught in our generation.
No, there's a reason it's not taught in our generation.
But Christ
is
is the perfect sacrifice for sin.
Yes, I know. Jesus Christ did sacrifice himself. But you don't think Jesus Christ will be sitting here today at my desk saying every single person who commits an act of greed or gluttony or adultery should be summarily executed. If you do think that, you have a very warped idea of what actually the Bible is supposed to mean.
No, I think what's happened is you've got your own view of what the Bible says, but you haven't really ever been told what the Bible says.
I've read the Bible. I was actually given spiritual guidance by Catholic nuns when I was 11 years old. For a couple of years. So I'm very, very, very savvy with the Bible. But honestly, when I hear people say that for all these sins you've got to be put to death, it's nuts. So for that, you shouldn't be teaching.
Well, Christ has taken our place, Piers, and I think I should be in
Well, unfortunately...
Well, Christ has taken our place, but unfortunately, Christ didn't take your place in the classroom, young boy. He was too busy that day, I suppose.
Someone from YMCA is about to take your place on the show, I'm afraid, and that's it. But good to see you. Thank you, Joshua Sutcliffe. Uncensored next, the village people are taking on Donald Trump over his unauthorized...
You know, like, part of what's insane about that clip, right, is that, like, evangelicals have an easy out for that, right? they have an easy out for kind of explaining their position, which is essentially that, in a moral sense, in a religious sense, every person deserves death, but that obviously shouldn't extend into the real world, into our criminal justice system. Because if it did, like, society would cease to function, And so that's usually the out that evangelicals of his caliber take, But that didn't happen. That isn't what he did. Instead, he really seemed to just stick to his guns about, abominations deserve death. And, like, it's interesting to me, and I wonder what reality we live in. Do we live in the reality where he just kind of fumbled that and never made that argument just because he was nervous about being on TV? Or do we live in the reality where he meant it, where he meant that, state policy should conform with evangelical beliefs about, people who sin deserve death in the eyes of God? Do they deserve death both in the eyes of God and in the eyes of the state? And that's where things get really interesting, I think, right? Because if it is the case where he's arguing that the state should execute, adulterers, trans people, the gays, etc., well, that means we've hit a very dangerous point in society. And I'm wondering if that's the case. If we've just hit a point where, like, there is a segment of these evangelical fascists, these theocratic fascists, that is just going full mask off, kill the gays. And I'm wondering that specifically because we're starting to see kind of the culmination of a long-form project of evangelical groups. And that culmination is specifically is being seen specifically in places like Uganda. Today, this past day, Uganda's president signed into law a bill that effectively makes it a crime punishable by death to be gay in Uganda.
The president is drawing international condemnation after signing one of the world's toughest anti-LGBTQ laws. Same-sex relations were already illegal in Uganda, but the new law goes much further, including death sentences for, quote, aggravated homosexuality and 20 years in jail for promoting homosexuality. One LGBTQ activist worries there's no hope.
Where do you want us to go? You are arresting us for literally doing nothing, for simply existing, But where are we supposed to go? How did we become refugees in our own countries?
Uganda receives billions of dollars in foreign aid each year and could now face international sanctions. In a new statement that was released just minutes ago from President Biden, it says in part, this shameful act is the latest development in an alarming trend of human rights abuses and corruption in Uganda. The dangers posed by this democratic backsliding are a threat to everyone residing in Uganda, including U.S. government personnel.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is something, by the way, that has been a long-term project of evangelicals, evangelical nonprofits, and straight-up churches have been lobbying the state of Uganda for decades now to achieve an outcome like this. They want to achieve state power to enforce their draconian religious bullshit. They want to make sure that the state is in fact stoning gay people to death, is in fact stoning trans people to death. And I'm wondering if what we're seeing is that these groups are achieving victory in Uganda, and now they're wondering, maybe we're strong enough to achieve victory in the United States, in the UK, because those movements have been fermenting and fomenting in these places for a long time, and those groups have for a long time oriented their power outward, and I'm wondering if it's now time that they're focusing their power back inward after consolidating in abroad, we'll say. So yeah, it's scary, and I'm seeing connections. I'm seeing this as possibly symptomatic of kind of the concept of imperialism coming home. The power that is cultivated outward being returned back inward, and invoking radical change, usually for the worse. I think that might be where we're headed right now, and that makes the times we live in particularly scary. Yeah, it's the church has for a long time been focused on projecting power outward, particularly in places like Africa. And a lot of that power is now being turned back towards the United States and the UK, respectively. So it's scary times, guys. We need Toasty in this chat. I don't know what that means. It's scary, guys. Because, like, you see that news story and you're like, well, it can't happen here. It can happen here. It can. I have a question about the process of transitioning from man to woman. I'm having a hard time portraying this with my family. What about it are you having a hard time portraying? I'm not exactly sure what your question is. Can you restate it? Mason? Oh, goodness. Hiccups. Happy to answer your question. How we all doing, folks? Hey, Very Knifey Duck. It did happen in the U.S. It only stopped because progressives put a stop to it. True. That's why Stonewall had to be a riot. I have engaged blankie mode. Oh, that sounds cozy. That sounds lovely and cozy, just like my chatters. How to communicate / tell your family? Well, that really depends on your family. You know, like, coming out as trans can be particularly difficult because some families are prepared to hear that their child is gay or their sibling is gay. They're not necessarily prepared to learn that their sibling is trans or their kid is trans, you know? So the main question I have for you, Idix Mason, is, are you safe? Like, do you have independence from your family? Like, do you have, like, your own apartment? Are you financially independent from your family? And, like, do you think your parents would take it well? You know? Those are, like, the three main questions. Like, are you, if you come out, are you going to be safe, like, financially, physically, are you going to be safe? Safety is the primary initial question. Good night, Omega Shenron Dragon. Thanks for stopping by. And, so are you safe if it goes badly? That's my primary question, I suppose. Hey, Spectral Pyre, I am still going. And also, hey, chat, we hit hour 5. It's time for the top of the hour ad break. Hello. Yes, I'm safe, but they will be upset. How upset? Like, would they be upset enough to, like, cut you off financially? Kick you out of the home? Like, maybe if you are unsure, float some news stories about trans people and see what their reaction would be. You know? I think they would kick me out. Okay, if you think that that's a real possibility, then my suggestion would be table the idea of coming out to them until you have the means to be able to withstand that, you know, like emotionally, financially, etc. You know, you work on getting like a job. I don't know how old you are, but work on getting a job. Maybe ask around with some of your friends who you're already out to, and see who might be willing to lend you a couch to sleep on, and work from there. You know, make sure you have a safety fallback plan so that if you get kicked out, you are not just on the street. I dream of being able to ghost my family. Yeah, unfortunately, it's tough economic times, and that's hard to do. You know, a lot of people need their families to get by. I'm lucky that my partner has a really great family. Yeah. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, and you're over on Twitch, please hit the follow button. We are 10 follows away from hitting 9,000. I'd love it if we hit that. Additionally, remember to like the stream, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube. And also, I would suggest maybe if you're feeling extra generous or oily, consider dropping some subs or donos, especially over on riverboat.gg. That's where I don't have to split the income with anybody else like YouTube or Twitch or Jeff Bezos. So come on over to riverboat.gg. There are no ads, even if you don't subscribe. And even if you don't subscribe, I can guilt other chatters into possibly gifting you a sub. Financially, I have the support of my OnlyFans #girlboss. Is that enough to like get you an apartment, like a small like either 1 bedroom or like studio? Have like make sure you have like an idea in mind, and also know your legal rights regarding like the timeline of being kicked out, you know? Know your legal rights, get your finances in order, and then I would suggest moving out before coming out. That can make things a lot easier. But I understand if that might be difficult as well. Yeah, I could afford an apartment. Okay. Well, then I'd suggest, like, maybe moving out to an apartment and then coming out. Because then you can come out the way you would like to, either face-to-face at, like, a restaurant, or via a letter. I know coming out via a letter might seem like a cop-out, but it's actually pretty healthy and safe, and that way you don't have to put up with the immediate kind of abusive reaction from loved ones that can sometimes happen. Jack dropping some seriously good advice. Well, I'm glad you guys think it's good advice. Also, if you're cool enough, you might get your own emote. That's true. Yeah, and like if you move out to an apartment, they won't be holding your stuff hostage, etc. Yeah. And also, like, if you do it via a letter, you can, like, work on it, you can, like, edit it, you can get it to say and convey your feelings just how you want it to. You can run it by other people for their input, and then you can send it. And I know that might be really stressful, too, but it is one of the safest ways to come out. I'm gonna let my hair down. It's been up all night. There we go. I have a more personal question I've been struggling to ask. I just want to know if you'd be okay to ask away. Yeah, I'm okay with questions. Go for it. Also, chat. Donos? Question mark. Hair down is like almost always more fun. I agree, but like sometimes I just don't want to have hair touching me, you know? Has your hair always been this red copper beauty? Nah. I just got it recolored recently. But I think they did a really good job. Orthodox revisionist. How does a trans person deal with the stigma and general negativity given to them when trying to date? Oh my god. Orthodox revisionist. Throwing the hard ones at me. I gotta be honest. As a trans woman, my way of avoiding that was I would just open up my dating apps to men and women. Once I got sick of how men were trying to come on to me on dating apps, I would just set it to only women. And then I would just talk to women because women tended to treat me way better than men did. Like queer women who want to date other girls are generally pretty cool with trans girls. Like obviously there are a lot of like turfy lesbians, but generally speaking, it's a lot better than like putting up with a guy who's like, oh man, I don't know, and then like having like them experience like a full-on mental breakdown when you come out to them as trans, you know? Have you undergone surgery to remove your male genitalia? I have this question because I would love to be a woman, but I have to let go of my male genitalia because of the ease of use and more fun in the bedroom. Well, so I have not gone through with bottom surgery. I haven't had any surgeries actually. Mostly because it's a really big decision and like the surgery can be really complicated and it's really intimidating and scary and very expensive. And I do not have like money for that. Yeah, it's definitely something you'll want to like talk about with like a gender therapist, and you have to go through so many hoops to even hit that point anyway. You'll have to be talking with like, I think the requirement in a lot of states is like two like psychiatrists, to psychologists. I don't remember what the requirements are. It varies from state to state, but you'll have to talk about it with a number of medical professionals before you get to that point. But also you can be a woman without getting bottom surgery too. That's totally a thing. No, like guys, I didn't mean to like hate on men, you know. The main thing was just a lot of straight men either don't know how they feel about trans women or like are into trans women, but like way too into trans women, you know what I mean? And then there are a lot of straight men who like are just actively like repulsed by the very idea. But this is why like I would be forthcoming about the fact that I was transgender, because it helps weed out a lot of the people who are going to be little whiny babies about it. Honestly, I was thinking it might be a fun online show for me to like make a dating profile and have you guys write it and then like just kind of see how that goes, you know? We could have like a little dating app adventure together. That could be fun. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do like Tinder date and wine night or something like that. I did run that idea by my partner, who has said it's an okay idea. You should go on the Christian dating site. I could do that. Yeah, maybe you guys can like choose like the dating app, and write the profile. See if chat can get dates. Yeah. Let's see. What's the main reasons people prefer to do the surgery? Well, a lot of trans people have bottom dysphoria, like dysphoria that's highly tied to like their genitals, and like honestly, that's understandable. Like, I haven't typically had a ton of dysphoria and discomfort around my genitals, except when it comes to like sex, actually. So like, it's one of those things where like it wasn't super high on my priority list during like transitioning, you know? But a lot of people like they need it done right away in order to like have fulfilling lives, and that's totally understandable, and that's why they get it done quickly. Thank y'all. It felt like it would be weird for a trans woman to have a huge cock like me. It's not. A lot of trans women have huge dicks. Lay down. You can't poke me right now. I'm busy. So empowering how comfortable you are talking about this stuff. Well, like Orthodox revisionist, like a lot of the reason I talk about this stuff and I try and be really open about it is because I know a lot of people didn't grow up like with knowledge of what trans people are, or like how trans stuff works, and like a lot of people don't even still like coming up just know like transness in like the abstract, but don't actually know any trans people, you know? Yeah, there is new bottom surgery to like allow for like a vagina and a penis, but yeah, very new surgery. Yeah, I mean, like, holy shit, guys, I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford any gender affirming surgeries. It's so goddamn expensive, and like the insurance does not want to cover any of it. I'll need to be Hassan rich in order to afford afford my pussy. Um like I don't know. Socialism is when no house. To socialism is when no pussy. Serious question, what delineates the point at which a cis man is too attracted to trans women? Asking for a friend. Honestly, it's pretty nebulous, which isn't very helpful, I know. But like, for example, like Vosh will talk about how he like fucks trans women, right? And like people will call him a chaser for that. I don't like, you being attracted to trans women doesn't make you a chaser. I think what makes someone a chaser is when A, they're only attracted to trans women, and B, they are detrimentally attracted to trans people. I think that's gonna be kind of the line, you know, like where your attraction to a trans person is more important than the trans person themselves, you know, where like you are actively hurting someone in order to facilitate your own fetish. Like, I've interacted with chasers before. Some of them can be very polite, but ultimately they don't care about you as a person. They just want to know your intimate details so they can furiously jack themselves off while they're talking to you on Tinder or something, you know? And that's the main problem. The problem isn't attraction, it's the attraction to the exclusion of their humanity. You know? It's true. Hassan isn't a socialist till he personally pays for my bottom surgery. Well, good. If you choose to come out to your mom, Mason, I wish you good luck, okay? Not a big fan of plastic surgery, even boob jobs for women. In America, they love plastic surgery. Maybe it's more American thing. Regardless of trans subjects, I don't know. Not all trans people have surgeries. I haven't had surgery. It's okay, very knifey duck. But yeah. Y'all got surgeons? Yeah, I don't got surgeons. Let's see, I met a guy that was like really weird about shit and didn't really treat me like a woman with his attraction. He literally talked about how I'd be perfect for his fetish once I got bottom surgery. Yeah, like that's the other thing. There are a lot of guys who will date trans women, but only because they want to one day have sex with their like neo vagina. You know, it's very weird. It's very weird. If you can't love me as I am, I don't want any part of you, you know? And that's why I love my partner so goddamn much. Yeah. Do trans people in America do more surgery than outside of America? I mean, I have no idea. Trans people in general often have a lot of surgery because, you know, facial feminization surgery, top surgery, bottom surgery, you know, breast implants, butt implants. Like, there are a lot of different surgeries like people can get. And some people feel like they need more surgical intervention because of like their body shape or whatever, and I totally get that. Brazil and Thailand are two countries that tend to have quite a bit of gender surgeons. True. Trans people getting butt implants. It's true. Brazilian butt lifts, baby. I will stick to my original position. If I'm at the point where the clothes are coming off, I will make whatever I find work. Very knifey duck? Correct. That is the correct position. Improvise, adapt, survive. BBL doesn't include implants, though. True. True. Some people get implants. But you're right. BBL does not include that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. God, I look like such a mess today. Sorry. But a hot mess? True, that's my goal. Now, folks, we haven't had any donos for like quite a while now. Will anyone step up to provide this poor dog with a treat? Remember, it's 5 subs. We haven't gotten 5 subs in a while, and I'm seeing unsubbed people in chat. There might even be 5 unsubbed people here right now. Your hair is really cute right now. Thank you. Got a bunch of white names walking around. Nice try, Mason. Nice try. Jack, I want to help, but my financial situation sucks. That's okay. That's okay. I understand. but also understand that we'll have to watch a Tim Pool video if we don't get more subs. And that will be painful for all of us, especially me. Negative broke right now. I splurged too much for my B-Day. Ooh, what'd you get for your B-Day, Sentient Waffle? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Very knifey, Duck.
I mean, with a name like that.
Ketamine Horse Girls. Aw, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Ketamine Horse Girls. Let's go! My communication skills could do with some work. I mean, same. Oh, Thoysome!
Asterisk Thoysome asterisk gifted asterisk 10
Yo!
tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Thoysome, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Holy shit, thank you so goddamn much. That is double treats. And as I said before, look at these high quality milk-bone treats. Each one coated on the back with peanut butter. Holy moly. There we go. Puppy! Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Come here. Up. Up. Go. There's one. This is Samus. You want another one? Okay. Oh, goodness. That's from Thoysome. Both of those were from Thoysome. Yeah. Yeah. You're such a good dog. It's true. In 30 more subs, we will do a deep dive into spirit science. Aw, Sunny Sky TV.
$5. I am moving into an apartment for the first time soon. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Sunny Sky. I appreciate the $5 dues, and good luck moving stuff into an apartment. And it's a first-time apartment too. Get some friends to come help you, and I don't know, buy them pizza. People like it when you buy them pizza for apartment help. When I was younger, I always wanted to be a girl named Jack, but then I dated a girl whose nickname was Jackie, so I feel like I can't. Okay, but hear me out. Aun Hakara, okay? Aun Hakara, hear me out. The name Jack and the name Jackie are both very different. Jackie, not the same name as Jack. I had a similar conundrum because there was a neighbor that I lived next to growing up whose name was Jackie. And so I was like, maybe I won't go with Jack. But you know what? I came back around to it and decided I was just going to own my name, and I feel way sexier with it. Friends to help move? That'd be lovely. Yeah. Come on, Jack. No! Moving in early July for school. Really scary, but it's going to be worth it. Ooh, I was about to ask you which school, but you probably don't want to dox yourself. I hope it's a good school. It Mason, you're being real sussy right now. If you keep talking about cocks in chat, I'm gonna have to ban you. Like, nothing against cocks. It's just you're doing it in a way that's not charming and is going into deeply weird territory. Good night, Hundo. It's true. Be charming. Do it. All that's relevant is that I'm on the West Coast and soon I'm going to be on the East Coast. Oh, that's a big change. That's a big change. Now, chat, I think we all need a little bit of a pep talk. We all need a bit of a pep talk from one Timothy Poole. With a PragerU
Congrats.
video.
You made it. You finished college. You got good grades. Okay, passing grades. Now you're gonna get a good job. Okay, a job. In 20 years, maybe you'll pay off your student loans. After working for another 30 years, you may finally be able to retire and take that cruise to Aruba you always talk about.
Yeah, you're really gonna pay off your student loans working in a cafe. Uh-huh.
And then, you die. What a joke. Is this really what God or the universe or your mother had in mind for you? Who decided this is the path to success?
Wait, what? Wait a minute, what? Wait, that would unironically be great. If you could just get a job in a cafe that would allow you to pay off your student loans and then retire in Aruba on a beach, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, Tim. What are you talking about?
Yes. The woke colleges that teach you almost nothing of real value. The corporations that need well-behaved worker bees to reach their quarterly targets. The government that takes half your income and then wastes it. I'm here to tell you that there is another way. I know, because I'm living it. I dropped out of high school at 14. I worked minimum wage jobs when minimum meant something, as in next to nothing. I lived out of my...
What? Tim, in the time period between when you were working minimum wage as a 15-year-old, you know, like 25 years ago, and now, like the inflation, you know, made like inflation changed how much money is worth, and minimum wage didn't go up, Tim.
Car in Campton Parks, and yet here I am, one of the most watched personalities on the internet. I employ a bunch of people, and I make more than the minimum wage. How did I get here without a college degree? As someone once said, I never let my schooling interfere with my education. My parents owned a coffee house in Chicago. I did a little bit of everything, and while I was cleaning, cooking, or cashiering, I was also soaking up the banter, learning about culture, politics, and why Jason hated the Republican Party. That was my education. I didn't have some grand plan for my life. Actually, I didn't have any plan. I just worked hard. Whether I was handing out extra crispy fries at the drive-thru window or freezing my ass off hauling luggage at O'Hare, I was always excited about what I was doing.
Oh, hauling luggage? I believe that's a union job, isn't it? Interesting.
Because I knew my next job, and the one after that, would be better. In my early 20s, I began a career in activism. I fundraised on behalf of Greenpeace and other environmental nonprofits, and I was damn good at it. In fact, I was always one of their top fundraisers. But I walked away when I discovered that the green these organizations claimed to care about was not the environment.
Hey,
Around that
cat
time,
lady.
rumors began circulating on the internet about something called Occupy Wall Street. The plan was for thousands of people to storm the streets of New York because they felt that the rich were being bailed out during an economic crisis they caused. Meanwhile, the middle class and the poor were being crushed. It seemed interesting, so I thought it was worth checking out. I bought a round-trip bus ticket to New York, planning to stay there for a week. I stayed 6 years. Multiple times a day, I would live stream and post photos of what was happening. When the epicenter of the protest at Zuccotti Park was raided by the police, I began what became a 22-hour straight live stream. Time magazine picked up my story. My career in media had officially begun. I was receiving phone calls, emails.
I mean, so far, I don't know for sure that any of this is a lie. Except for the part where, like, he's presenting this as if it is a pathway for everyone to take. You know, he's like, yeah, I just, happened to hear about this protest, and then I happened to have the means to get there, and then I happened to be there, and I happened to be there on the right day at the right time, and did a live stream that happened to be picked up by the Times. Like, okay, you want people to replicate that? How?
Book offers from every media organization you can probably think of. But I had already learned my lesson. I did not trust that they knew what they were doing, especially with new technology. So I went independent. I worked my ass off. I reported on anything I thought was interesting, always posting. Now that I had built a foundation, I had leverage. I went to Vice. I didn't ask them for a job.
Oh, that's
I told
right.
them the job they would make.
I forgot that he did work for Vice.
Make for me. They agreed. But as corporate media began to change...
Oh, yeah. Also, chat, just as an FYI, if you tell people the job they have to make to them, they're not going to do that 99% of the time. 99% of the time, they're going to tell you to fuck off.
Change and embrace the cult-like ideology of wokeness, I realized I couldn't stay there. If I wanted to tell the truth, I had to do it myself.
Oh, I'm sure he worked very closely with Gavin McInnes.
Fast forward 6 years and I now have my own media empire. The Timcast Network has over 4 million subscribers, over 1 billion views, and 2 songs on Apple's top 10 list.
Oh, his songs are so bad too.
And yeah, I'm still working my ass off. In short, I trusted myself more than I trusted my teachers or my managers or the people running the companies I worked for.
Yeah, fuck teachers. What did they teach you? Basic literacy? Fuck them.
Whatever value they assigned me, represented by a report card or a title or a paycheck, wouldn't have an impact on my success. How about you? Do you believe in yourself enough to chart your own course so that you can one day do what you really want to do? For me, it's working for myself. For you, it could be getting to the C-suite of a Fortune 500 corporation, or staying at home and raising a family, or becoming a cattle rancher. There are a million good options. I'm not going to make any judgments about what you want to do. My life-changing advice? Well, sorry, I don't have any. Except maybe this. Work.
Oh, good. I'm glad we watched this video about life advice, and you don't have any life advice other than work. Excellent, man.
Keep working, and then work harder. I figured it out. Your turn. I'm Tim Pool, host of Timcast for Prager University.
Work, and then work again. I figured it out. You can too. See ya, suckers. Give me money. Oh, shit, guys. I hate Tim Pool
Thank you
so
for watching
much.
this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
You know what? It just occurred to me. Maybe when they go on to these shows, they're basically making a donation of their labor. I wonder if they write off, like, guest appearances on this show. Bootstraps! Ever seen Vice News meet Tim Pool? Nope. Also, yeah, apparently Ethan Schmidt, you know, the guy who's been made famous for going into Target and, like, doing weird bits about how it's satanic. Let's see, do we have it here? Do 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 do. Do. All right, we need to find. Where is this? Huh. Well, anyway, yeah, apparently I was trying to find a video of him actually doing the thing. Yeah, no, he's gay. The guy who's going around like talking about how like it's satanic to have pride displays, literally outed as a gay man on Grindr. Take a selfie for me, babe. Okay, daddy, but only because I'm hard for you. And yep, sure enough, Ethan Schmidt. Thanks, man. I don't mean kissing / making out. I just want to lay on my back naked as you're on top of me as we French kiss. Hell yeah, I'm down. Do you give head? Yeah, I do. I love when a guy's milk gets in my beard. Can I rub my meat on your pretty face? You can smack me with it. I'll even suck on your balls. And taste my hole, daddy. Stretch it out. Are you tight? Have you been penetrated before? Like, the guy he's talking to sounds like just like a perfectly nice gay dude. I'm tight, but experienced. I've been with a few guys, and I like it. I love when my butt cheeks bounce around as I'm being pounded hard. Guys tell me that I feel better than their girls. Can I see a pic? Well, I only meet up with guys who show themselves. I'm married and very masculine. There's nothing to worry about. And there's but fuck, dude, you're nice and thick. Take a selfie for me, babe. You know, like just he claims, by the way, he claims that he was doing this to unearth pedophiles. And I'm sorry, my guy, if you're just sexting dudes, you're not doing that, okay? You are not going deep undercover here. I had to take at least 10 dicks. I had to take them in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, in order to get closer to uncovering the massive pedophile ring run by Satan worshippers. Okay, I had to do it. I had to please that man to completion in order to find the pedophiles. That was my mission. It's not gay to sex dudes. True, might be bisexual. But look, he had to take a load off. Okay. Oh no, like no dating app allows children on there, Spectral Pyre. You're gonna find like kids on dating apps from time to time, but they're just gonna say that they're 18. Which, by the way, that's why you don't date anyone who says they're 18 on dating apps. PSA, don't go out with anyone who says they're 18 on a dating app. Don't do it. Don't do it. The only way to destroy the pedophile ring, sir, was to have a hot leather daddy destroy my ring. He's just, yeah, look, he's just doing his due diligence, guys. He's dedicated to his craft. Oh my god. Now, trying to find the video. Where are the videos? Is that? Oh, here we go. Here's one.
Can I get you to the front, please?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
this is from like 2 years ago.
Petco sexualizes kids. They support the sexualization of kids. Wow. Yeah, this you guys are promoting the pride flag, which is satanic.
Okay, you gotta go, bud. Come on. We don't need it here, and you don't need to film me either. It's cool, but we don't need it. I mean, you want to stand outside, that's cool, but we don't need it. And
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna have the pride flag up. We have it all over our store.
So you guys support the sexualization of kids?
I'm just not gonna get into
You guys support
no,
sexualizing kids?
You could go. You can go. I can call
Shame
the
on
police.
you.
I can
Shame
call
on
the
you.
police. I can call
Shame
the
on you
police.
guys. Seriously.
Okay, that's
Shame
cool.
on you.
Thank you. I
Shame
appreciate
on
it.
Petco.
I appreciate it. This is Petco.
You know, just normal stuff. Super normal. Petco, why? Petco, how could you betray us like this? How could Petco support this? Oh, here we go.
That there is no insert. There's nothing on it. So.
Just by the way, just like look at how this guy walks. He's like trying to do like a cool walk. I think. I don't know. It's not cool.
That there is no insert.
Look at that.
There's nothing on it. So.
It's disgusting. That's devil worship. That's devil worship. That's devil worship.
I don't know where this
don't
clip
go to-
is, so we're just gonna watch it on the majority report.
A bigot, and he went into a Target, and this is, you know, this is part and parcel of what Target's probably talking about on some level.
Hey, do you guys support the satanic pride propaganda?
Yeah, both
You support it?
Satan and pride.
You support Satan?
Mm-hmm.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God. I love her.
So you
Did
think
you need help with something?
you support the propaganda that's targeting the kids?
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all they're targeting
Kids
the
can
kids.
choose to wear whatever they want.
Do you support the sexualization of kids through pride propaganda by corporate?
Is there something that we can help you with?
I'm just asking people questions.
I want to be her friend so badly.
What about you, sir? Do you support
I'm not
this?
answering any questions, but if you're here to cause any disturbance in the store...
I'm just asking questions. Do you work for the
you're
Target?
disrupting...
Do you work
yes,
for Target?
I do, actually.
Where's your name tag?
I am the undercover loss prevention.
Oh, okay.
So...
I'm just asking questions. So do you support this satanic propaganda?
I'm not
like she
answering
does?
your questions. What you need to do is you either need to leave the store...
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
I mean, I can't go on if I don't believe in it.
Is that our shirt?
Yeah, it is.
Are you going to purchase that shirt?
Hey, ma'am, do you support this?
What did I just say?
You support pride propaganda?
Please stop.
Whoa, I'm buying this.
I need you to.
Whoa, let
you just
go,
said you're
ma'am.
not buying it.
I'm gonna buy it and burn it.
Okay, that's your choice. You can totally do that.
What I said is you need to leave. You can't ask anybody any more questions. You can't disrupt
Freedom of
any more
speech.
people.
Call the police.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, call them.
Okay.
Trespass me. I don't care, dude. I don't care, dude.
Wow.
You think I care if you trespass? I've done this 1,000 times.
We never said that.
You guys are satanic.
True.
It's the open satanic. Satanists, guys. That's what we're gonna get up against. Is open Satanists like her.
You're just anti anyone.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you support pride?
No. You.
This guy is just, keep in mind, again, this guy is like in the process of like being like, after this he gets on Grindr and like cruises for dudes to like fuck his ass, like, and then like afterwards he's like, okay, next target I'm gonna go to try and ruin their pride display. Like, bro, how self-hating do you have to be where that's like your entire life, you know? Like, how do you live with yourself day to day?
You can't disrupt any.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
She's a hero.
I love her too. She's a good egg. Maybe someone look, I don't know if we can get that amazing Target worker on our show. If anyone happens to know how to get in contact with her, please let me know, because getting her on and interviewing her would be like the highlight of my career, unironically.
See, open satanic. Satanists, guys. That's what we're gonna get up against. Is open Satanists like her.
You're just anti anyone.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you support pride?
No. You can't disrupt any more guests.
you need to
leave.
Sorry, no.
Sir, do you support the satanic pride propaganda?
Sir?
He doesn't.
No, he just doesn't care. So hateful and judgmental.
She's just like quietly
To be
heckling
honest,
him.
I'm quite happy.
Hey, excuse me. Do you guys support this?
They do.
Do you guys support the propaganda?
She's just like quietly heckling him the entire time in like the most calm and deliberate way, and I love it. I love it so much. It's like ASMR, except if ASMR was like wrecking homophobes.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah. So you can please
It's satanic, man.
please ignore
Do
it.
you know what the real rainbow stands for?
You can.
Yeah. Is that it?
What a hero, that woman.
Do you support what this stands for? Yeah. Norby's just like, yeah, gay people are fine. What why are you bothering me? She's wrecking his ass harder than that one dude on Grindr. True. Oh god. Love your hair. Thank you, SMG Hottie. How you doing? Holy shit. Dude. That gives me so much life. Excuse me. Whew. Excuse me. Oh, that's right. I wanted to look at this video. What the hell? Oh, it must have been an unlisted video for some reason. Weird. I thought that was Ethan Schmidt's channel. It was not. The YouTube vid is of Vice introducing Tim Pool. Oh, god. Okay. We'll watch old Tim Pool. Alright. Here you go. Okay, chat. This is from 9 years ago when Vice News was just launching.
When the protest started and the police came in and it was really brutal, no one heard anything about it from local news. It was all coming through social media.
Look at this
In fact,
babby.
one of the stations was actually airing a documentary about penguins. So this is why the symbol of the penguin with the fist in the air and the gas mask on is popping up all over the place in stencils and flyers. It's sort of like a symbol of the failures of the media. I started taking photos and videos. And then all of a sudden,
Back when a lot of people were being duped by Tim Pool.
journalists started coming to me and saying,
Hey,
"You're a
Vox
really
and
good
Sox."
journalist." And I was like, "Oh, is that what I'm doing? Because I'm just trying to let everyone know what's happening around me." And they're like, "Exactly."
That's called journalism, yes, actually.
My name's Timothy Poole. I'm a reporter. I travel around covering
Oh my god, he called himself Timothy Pool.
hacker culture, internet rights, privacy, and a lot of civil unrest.
They destroy our freedoms, they censor our internet, so we are the ones who have to bring that change. And that's why I get involved in politics, because I'm fucking tired of this nonsense, you know? Someone needs to stand up and change that.
I'm fascinated by how things work. And got to the point to where I knew how most of this technology worked that made it really
Oh my god, he was using Google Glass? Wait, what? Oh my god, what? So, guys, for those of you who don't know, there was just like a video clip of him using something called Google Glass, which was like, at the time, it was gonna be like one of the cool things. Like, oh my god, look, he basically has a computer, it's a camera on your glasses, and like, then it went absolutely nowhere. I knew one person from like an absurdly wealthy family in high school who actually had one of these, and it just brain blasted seeing Tim using one. Wow.
really easy for me to say, oh, hey, I can figure out a better way to do this. What makes Vice News special from where I'm coming from and what I'm working on is going to be this mobile journalism that we're going to start rolling out. You know, I've gone upwards of 21 hours straight reporting in the field, so we're going to give you that clear window into this live breaking moment. Around 60 or so journalists have been jailed simply for doing their jobs. The number has gone down recently, but you see this reflected in what the media covers. When the protests break out, this is because the journalists are scared they'll end up in prison for doing their jobs. I think the most important thing for the future of news is going to be investigative journalism, which we don't see enough of, and online video documentary stuff like Vice does. There's two big things for me. The first is giving out this accurate information, telling people to the best of my ability, just here's what I saw, you know, so that we can document that for people, for history. But then it's also creating the technology to empower others to be a part of the storytelling as well. So when we look back and we have all these camera angles, we have all these citizen journalists telling the story, it's a more accurate picture of what really happened. If we want to change the world, if we want to solve the problems, then the best thing we can do is collect as much accurate information about what happens as possible.
Blast from the past. Also, I just looked over at YouTube chat. I do find it funny how there will sometimes just be like a conservative or like a troll who didn't like a video who like comes through into like my YouTube chat and just posts something to be like moderately nasty, but it's just kind of like, it's not a real commitment to the bit now, is it? Now he reads the Daily Mail on YouTube for millions of dollars a year. Yeah, he really built something of himself there, Bilderberg. Indeed, indeed, indeed. That aged about as well as Timothy Poole. Well, you know, it made me remember like the good times when Vice was doing interesting documentaries, like about an island that people found difficult to get to because it was covered in poisonous snakes. Those were the good old days of Vice content, you know? I wonder if you can still get smart glasses. Google Glass is... I don't know if you can get Google Glass anymore. Released in 2013. I think they just spun it into HoloLens. Oh, the support for the Enterprise Edition ends this year? Okay, cool. It died faster than the Windows Phone. It is kind of amazing that Microsoft hasn't been able to make a good phone. Hell, they couldn't even make a good, like, MP3 player. Oh yeah, I remember the Zune. I remember the Zune. Go check the prices of Zune on eBay. That had very ominous energy, Warfront. What the fuck? Why are there Zunes being sold for over $1,000? What the hell? Why? Oh my god. Some of the, like, a lot of them are going for like $250, $300. Oh my god. Why? Huh. Yeah, I'm just going through this. Like, here's a bundle for $600. Holy shit. Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, okay, but like, it doesn't seem worth it to me. I feel like that's a symptom of people just having too much money. Mini disc prices will not drop every few years. I'm like, maybe I'll get a new one, and they're still the same price when they came out. Yeah. So it's just an MP3 player? Yeah. Some said it was better than the iPod in terms of audio quality. Also, offline media players aren't really a thing anymore. I don't. I mean, you can make use of the media player on like your phone. Surely you could like download music to your phone and use it as a traditional media player. Hello, Mr. D. How you doing? Your hair is beautiful. Thank you. I'm not very pretty today because I didn't do my makeup because I was lazy and time got away from me. But still think I look pretty okay. Oh yeah, like some of these bundles are specifically like Microsoft Zune 30 gigabytes, Star-Lord, Peter Quill, Guardians of the Galaxy, GOTG. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing like some of the connection here. Have one at my parents' house. I'm gonna cash out on it. There's nothing special about it. Probably gonna get hate for saying it, but it's the truth. Nah, cash out on it. Some of these people are selling these for 5K. If you can get 5K for a Zune, more power to you. Thanks, Kyryu. Thanks, Irked. Thanks, Salmon Moose. An iRiver around here. That thing's amazing. Can't tell if that's an Australian product or a pun on my name. I'm gonna sell this Bing search engine. Do 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 do. I have the Halo Master Chief version of it. The coolest thing about it is the Halo exclusive styling. Yo, see if you can get a premium on it. You gotta put it up for sale and tell us what you get. Do, 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 do.
Jeff. Rod.
Oh yeah, I forgot to cover this during the reveal of the not the reveal, but during Ron DeSantis's announcement on Twitter, like immediately after that, Donald Trump's campaign put out this AI video, and it's honestly just hilarious. And by the way, this is why no other candidate in this field is going to be able to like beat Trump. Like, no matter how civil, how nice they are, they're not going to be able to defeat Trump. Look at this mastery of just absolute trolling. First of all, just like just take a look here. You got Elon Musk, Ron DeSantis, George Soros, Klaus Schwab, Dick Cheney, Adolf Hitler, the devil, and the FBI on the call. And let's just take a listen to it. It's about 2 minutes long.
George, can you just wait while we...
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can all hear you, George. Can you just hold on for a second?
Hilfa, I don't think they can hear me.
I can hear you fine, George. Just speak to the
I don't think George
microphone.
knows how to use Twitter.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Can I please make my big announcement now? Everyone just...
Hello?
Just shut up, George. Can somebody just mute George?
Dick, could you try not to cough on the...
Okay, so how are we going to take out Trump, you guys?
Guys from the FBI, this is not a private call. This is a public Twitter space. Everyone can listen in.
God damn it.
Anyway, guys, we invited everyone to this this Twitter space so Governor Ron DeSantis could...
Everyone just shut the hell up so I can make my announcement, okay?
You go, girl.
Wait, the devil is gay?
So what? Everyone in this call is gay. I happen to know every single one of you has a secret gay lover hidden in your closet.
Mein Führer, ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verwenden.
Guys, can we please just calm down?
So anyway, guys, I just wanted to announce that I'm...
Okay, I can hear the governor very well.
Shut up, would you please shut up already? I'm running for fucking president, okay?
Yeah, we kind of already knew about it.
Know, Governor.
Congratulations, Governor.
Well, that concludes our Twitter space for today. Thank you to all of our...
Hold your horses, Elon. The real president is going to say a few words. The devil, I'm going to kick your ass very soon. Hitler, you're already dead. Dick Cheney sounds like you'll be joining Hitler very soon. Klaus Schwab and George Soros, I'm putting both your asses in jail. And Ron DeSanctimonious can kiss my big, beautiful 2024 presidential ass. Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
Yo. It's so good. It's so good. Like, I mean, man, guys, say what you want about Donald Trump, but like, Donald Trump, the man can shitpost. Like, whoever he's got on his team is really fucking good. Between like that and the Pudding Fingers Ron ad, like, holy shit, dude. I don't know that he can do the same thing with Joe Biden, but like, god damn, that was funny. That was engaging. It was good. Yeah, old Meatball Ron over here about to get toasted. Hell yeah, brother, I'm voting for Trump in 2023 because 2024 is too far away. Look, I'm gonna say what we're all thinking. The right is getting better at comedy and leftists are terrified. Unironically, Stoudman, I think the secret to their success is that they have leftists working for them. They got some of the funny libs on the marketing team who are just making bank. It's true. Memes win elections. And Biden will not be good if can out-meme Trump. Nani? Hey, Vox and Sox, how you doing? Cortana play Hoobastank. Trump enlisted all the Zoomers left behind at Epstein's Island. Oh no! Oh no! Why? God. Incredible. God. Also, chat, hey, we've been streaming for 6 hours. Have you been enjoying the content? Have you been having a good time? Have you found it educational, entertaining, funny? Well, consider hitting follow over on twitch.tv. Because somehow, between the last time I asked and now, we haven't gotten anyone hitting the like button. And in fact, somebody unliked the stream, which, I don't know, that hurts my heart a little bit. But also, you should like the stream over on YouTube, subscribe over on YouTube, because every time you like the stream, every time you subscribe, you help to get this stream in front of many, many more people, and I would like to continue doing that for a long time to come. Currently, by the way, it might be hard to tell, but we actually have over 100 people watching right now, which is pretty goddamn good. Between our platforms here, between the site viewers, the YouTube viewers, and the Twitch viewers. So we're doing a pretty pog time. Indeed, Michael G over on YouTube. Very pog. I got 2 hellos. You did, because you're very special. So, like, yeah, the more you guys like and subscribe to the stream, the more we're going to get this in front of people, especially over on YouTube. And that's where we really want to grow as much as we can, because, hey, we only have 1,600 follows so far over on the YouTube, or subscribers so far, but once we get that ball rolling, it'll be a lot easier to keep growing. I like the stream. Good. Did other people like the stream? Do we have 43 likes on the stream? Because there are 43 people in chat. Keep Jack ad-free, y'all. Indeed. Post a link, please. Here you go. Oh, shit. There we go. And, hey, do you like me being alive and making you content? Well, you can keep me being alive and making you content by subscribing or gifting subs or making a dono. That's how I'm able to not die. So consider gifting subs and donoing, especially over on riverboat.gg, where I don't have to split the sub with Jeff Bezos or the CEO of YouTube. And every 5 subs, I'm giving my dog a treat. So do you want to give my dog a treat? You can do that by gifting 5 subs. That's right. I said the word treat, and now she's sad because she didn't get one when I said the word. And that's all your fault. And true, we only need 29 more subs for Spirit Science. And get on over to riverboat.gg. Make a dono. Drop some subs, because guess what? That gets us closer to Spirit Science. Chat, you don't hate puppies, do you? I thought you liked puppies. I know I like puppies. That's why I don't kick puppies and instead pet them like this. Yes. We just got 6 more likes? Hell yeah. Be a good little bottom and sub to Jack. True. Hey, Just Jesse. Hey now, I adore Jack's puppies. Yeah, you do. God, my breasts are huge. Jesus. Sometimes I'm just like, I like forget how big they are. And yo. I need to do another, like, sweater puppy stream. Oh my goodness. Do 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 do. You never had top surgery either? No, I never had top surgery. I always felt like I understand the impulse to like want to have big bazongos right away, you know? But I always like I had seen some like trans women who had like just really big natural breasts, and I figured, you know what, I would be patient and see how mine developed, and I'm kind of glad I did because I just got these big old badonkadonks on my chest. I got the Swedish milkmaid genes all up in me. Story time, I went to a cafe and asked for recommendations of a hardware store by asking for, hey, do you know where I can get nails? And the cutie recommended nail places. When I wanted nails, it was a cute interaction. I mean, that's understandable. Not many people give recommendations for hardware stores. Yes, my dough has risen. But also, like, it can take a while, Spectral Pyre. Like, I feel like my breasts didn't really come in until, like, year 3 of, like, taking hormones. So it was a long wait, you know? I'm okay, but I'd really like titties that make meetings hard to concentrate in. Honestly, honorable goals. Jack the MILF maid? Honestly, yeah. I feel like I've just kind of slid into MILFdom, and honestly, it's comfortable. It's nice. Like, dads treat you deferentially, minus your own. And, like, moms seem to be, like, comfortable around you. It's nice. It's real nice. We all deserve streamer mommy. True. That's why you're my kiddos. You're my little little kindergarten. My little you know, you're the little people I gotta take care of that live in my computer. Transition level 2. Hot girl to hot MILF. Indeed. Yeah, you're the little froggies in my daycare. You're my little Tamagotchis. If I don't log in and make content, you die. I assume. Gonna be Aladdin and spill my juice box everywhere? No! Oh. You're my little pog champs. It's true. Also, maybe someone has it in their heart to gift all-seeing dude a sub. They seem like they might need one. I assume from the white in their name. I ain't no digital egg game. I don't know. I've seen some of you hatch over my time hosting this program. You know it. I wanted to tell you I loved your Twitter post the other day, the pic in your phone that best describes your mood. That pic was wild. Do you recommend prog? Oh, progesterone. Yeah, I actually take quite a bit of progesterone. I feel like I saw a lot of breast growth with it. Again, like it's totally an anecdotal thing. There aren't a lot of studies on progesterone. I'd say talk with your doctor and give it a try. If you are looking to see more breast growth, that's kind of like my suggestion. It can help. It can also cause mood swings and can be difficult to acclimate to, you know. But yeah, progesterone can like help breast growth and, like Salmon Moose says, like kind of help with breast shape, kind of rounding them a bit more. Malachi, thank you for gifting the all-seeing dude a
Malaki
sub.
gave asterisk the all-seeing
wait.
dude asterisk a tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Malaki or Malachi? Which one which one should I go with? Oh yeah, the pic from my Twitter. Yeah, that's one of my favorite advertisements. It's so weird. It's so weird. Here. Look at this ad. Look at like the homoeroticism in this ad. And also just how deeply disturbing it is. Like, look at this. This is for a 1920s liver medication that like helped dull liver pain so that people could drink more alcohol. So like the vulture here is like ripping out parts of this guy's liver, but he's fine because he took some Hapitoire. Also, you know, drawing on the legend of on the mythology of Prometheus, he presumably stole fire to give to humanity, and for this he is punished with a vulture tearing out his innards every day, but he's fine, again, because of the Hapitoire. Some mortal has provided him with relief from his daily torment. But also, he's naked for some reason, and clearly in like erotic bondage. And this is such a like it is such a sexual ad for like the 1920s, right? Like, holy shit, dude. Like the feet arches, like the thigh muscles, like the lounging position, plus like obviously the restraints, like, and then just like such a confident, cheery smile, you know. The 20s were so horny. It's true. I think that pose is from a famous Renaissance statue. Yeah, of a gay. Oh yeah, no, you're right. No sexualization. This is just referencing ancient art. You know, this is just high art repackaged here. Yeah. Those are some lovingly drawn muscles. I would really like to find out who made this and to see if they have like other works of art. You know, like, that's really talented, and I would love to see more in like that series, you know? I was in the I'm trans but never coming out mindset for a while, but that just wasn't going to work anymore. Yeah, Eric, there was definitely a time, like a several year time period was I was like, yeah, I'm trans, but you know, I don't ever need to come out. I can wait until everyone I know and love is dead. It's fine. Honestly, like, if I look at this, the thing I love the most about it is just this smile. Like, it has so much sass and pizzazz in it. Like, I don't even know like what other words to use for it. It's a sassy smile. Man's got, as the kids say, man's naked, chained to a rock, getting his liver torn out by a vulture, but goddamn does he have the riz. Okay? Goddamn Rizzler up in here, owning it. Riz game on point. The Rizzlord, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do. Prometheus is my dude. Infinitely regenerating liver riz. It sounds so gross. It sounds so gross when you say it like that. Alright, guys. I could do a Jubilee video right now, but I'm also very tired and it's 3 a.m. So, I'm gonna go to bed and we're gonna do a Jubilee video tomorrow. It's about alphas and betas. Finally having a talk. And maybe we'll see a rare Sigma emerge. We'll do it tomorrow. I love you guys. Maybe they'll kiss. Ooh, true. The most Sigma move. Let's see. We will raid... Should we raid Tofu Ghost or Caroline Kwan? I'll give you guys a choice. Or Mafia Jinx. Those are the three options. Tofu? 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 Hope you all enjoyed your stay. Y'all have a good one, okay? See you tomorrow. Bye.